We're about ready to start. Thanks for getting settled and coming in without your drinks and doing all the things that we love that you do. My name's Kristen Tollefson, and I'm going to be your flight attendant today. I am a longtime member of the Metals Guild, former education director at Pratt back in the 90s, which is how I started getting involved in this, and a returning maker. So this is always such a thrill to have people. This is such a good community. I feel like this is really what I want a community to be about. It's people who are curious, happy to see each other, willing to share information, experiences, stories. So thanks for coming along on this ride today for the symposium. I was told that I was supposed to tell a joke. I don't have jokes, but I will tell you that I am going to steel my nerves. I'm going to set my intentions. And I'm looking forward to galvanizing this group of people around central material ideas, ideas about being in the world, and in the words of poet Robert Morgan, I hope that you remain aloof and scintillant and burn in time and get eaten by air in the ways of all metals. So thanks for being here. We're at Seattle Central College, and we also have a group of people who are online joining us today. And we have a fabulous online host, Kristen Shiga, who is going to appear right now. Welcome, Kristen Shiga. We thought we'd make it easy for all of you just having Kristens today.
Yes, only people named Kristen are allowed on the stage today. I just want to say I'm really grateful to be here. I can't believe it's the 31st annual Seattle Metals Guild Symposium, and it's an honor to be able to invite our online audience from all over the world to join us. So if everybody in the room can just put a big wave out to the online audience, they can see you. Thank you. And just know that they're waving back in their hearts. Thank you.
Before we get started, I want to take a pause for what we'll call the land acknowledgement today. This is a time for us all to take a minute, and by that I mean the minutes that we're talking about it, but also the day and expanding beyond this day to reflect on the legacies that have led us to being here. We're gathered on the unceded land of Coast Salish people, generations including but not limited to the bands and tribes of all people within the Duwamish, Suquamish, Tulalip, and Muckleshoot nations. This is a territory that since time immemorial and continuing today has been stewarded and cared for by Native peoples, and by that I'm talking about all the resources, land, water, sky, and the inhabitants thereof. Time immemorial is a really long time. If you've ever looked at the timeline at the Suquamish Museum, it does a good job of illustrating how insignificant our written history is compared to that. This is a territory shared by many, not defined by linear or political boundaries. And I want us to take time to recognize the resistance in the face of efforts to separate these people from their lands, their culture, and each other, and to honor the resilience and creativity of Native peoples past, present, and future. This is not a historical comment. This is an invitation, in fact, for us all to consider how words transform into action and generate action, and what the responsibilities of this guild and its constituents are in standing in solidarity with Native sovereignty, cultural heritage, and lives. So on that note, I would like to pass the podium over to our president, Kristen Coomer. And I think this is yours. Thank you. If it's not, then this one is.
Okay. Thank you. And yes, only Kristens allowed on the stage. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Kristen Coomer, and last night I had the opportunity to meet our visiting speakers. It was wonderful. It included meeting Jeff DeBoer, who's here today with us, and he asked me, "What is your guild all about?" So in addition to the exhibition opportunities that we provide and our grant and lecture series, networking events, etc., it's this event that defines our guild. This is at the center of what we do. And so thank you to our committee for offering this event today. You've arrived at the heart of our mission, to educate and build community among our members and our audience. So thank you. 30 years on from our founding, and I'm pleased to share that the Guild is thriving. We have enjoyed a 20% growth in our membership just this year. And it has led us to surpass our record of membership since we started recording it 10 years ago. You'll spot our newest members here today. They have a little designation on their name tag if you're here in person with us. So please say hi to our new members. Yeah. And let's see. I'd like to make a few more announcements if you'll indulge me. This year, we're excited to offer the 100 and Under Show, which is just outside in the foyer. You've probably seen it on your way in if you're here today with us. It's a bit different from the silent auction that we've run here in the past. We now do that in the summer at Guildfest. And so what we're doing today is offering members an opportunity to receive a cut of the sales that we earn today. And also, we thank our members for supporting the Guild in offering those items up for purchase. So if you'd have a look at those, everything out there on the main tables is for sale. We also have our speakers table, which offers items up for silent auction, and another table of their work, which is for display only. So be sure to check that out. Here's some examples of things that you'll find on the tables. Next, I'd like to talk with you about our grants program. As you may know, we offer grants to both emerging and established artists each year. And this year, the 2025 Established Artist Grant recognizes the value of sustaining creative practices over the long term and the unique challenges established artists face. It honors the perseverance, innovation, and deep-rooted engagement that seasoned artists bring to the metals community. Today, we're thrilled to announce that Leah Gerard is the recipient of this year's grant. Leah, are you here with us? Are you in the room? Wonderful. Thank you so much. Congratulations. For over 3 decades, Leah has explored the limitless possibilities of woven steel wire entwined with found objects, creating sculptures that evoke organic forms of mysterious life in motion. From her first solo show at Zeitgeist Coffee here in Seattle's Pioneer Square, to her recent exhibition at the National Metal Museum in Memphis, Tennessee, Leah's fearless commitment to experimentation has defined her career. This grant will support her exciting next chapter as she focuses her practice on jewelry and small-scale works, bringing her decades of sculptural experience back to the intimate forms where her creative explorations began. Thank you so much, and congratulations again to Leah. I'd also like to thank our selection committee, Matthew Cheminade, author, metalsmith, and educator, Sarah Perkins, enamelist and professor emerita, and the founder of Studio E Gallery, Donna Holloway, and also special thanks to our committee chair, Amy Shea, and our volunteer, Catherine Grisey. I have just a couple of more announcements to make. Next, I'd like to invite you to join the Guild today if you're not already a member, or maybe you'll rejoin. We have a discount code on offer for 25%, and we'd love for you to join us. If you use that code online today only, you'll save, and that's for new members. We offer compelling programming and opportunities throughout the year, no matter where you're based, so give us a shout. And lastly, I'd like to announce that we've extended our deadline for our upcoming exhibition, which is the Members Biennial. It's going to be held next door here on Capitol Hill in Seattle, and it's going to take place this November through January. I hope you'll join us and take part in this wonderful reflection of talent and creativity that our members have to offer. Thank you so much, and thanks for supporting the Guild. I do have one more announcement, which I just remembered. The Women's Shelter Jewelry Project is here with us today, and they have a donation box. If you have anything to spare that you'd like to donate to them, the box is in the far corner. And I'd also like to announce that they are having their fundraising event on November 7th and 8th, this next month. And so you can check that out in the foyer. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Okay. We are waiting for a short transition to the slide deck, and I will just talk to you a little bit about housekeeping. You're in this lovely space. We have some all-gender bathrooms marked that door. This door, other restrooms are available on the other floors. We are going to run through our schedule today and have time for breaks and for lunch. And I want to make an invitation to everybody to mix it up at lunch, to spread out and chat with somebody new. This is a great time for you to get to know each other and to, shake off some of that anxiety about getting outside of the COVID bubble. Our lineup today includes presenters Vicki Ambury-Smith, Curtis Arima, Ellen Revere, Leah Arapach, and Jeff DeBoer. And after we are going to head over, anybody who is interested is welcome to head over for an after hours meetup at St. John's, which is around the corner. We'll make sure and get us over there. So are we queued up with the, okay, great. And I'm going to apologize for reading this. I'm not always so smooth on the reading, but it's really important to read this one. So each year, we take time to actively remember people seminal to this field who have passed, our mentors, teachers, colleagues, and friends. It's especially poignant and important in this field, which, as I mentioned, is steeped in a collaborative learning model wherein skills and knowledge are passed between an active group of thinkers and makers. I'd like us all to take a breath and to bring into our minds those who are important to you who have passed either in this year or prior to that. Now, we're going to focus on one person, Karen Lorraine, painter, writer, educator, entrepreneur, and catalyst in the field of art jewelry, who passed away on July 15th, 2025. She approached life with equal parts drive and a gently self-deprecating humor. Her entry into the art jewelry field started with antique jewelry, which she started selling in the 70s. In her words, I had dropped out of graduate school because it wasn't fulfilling what I wanted, and I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll learn by doing. And because I was so ill-informed, I decided to teach. I had room for 6 people in my space, and each week I would work and work and work to teach the next lesson, which I think a lot of us can relate to. Those people became my best customers, and I became knowledgeable. She soon did become an expert in the field, publishing antique jewelry, skipping the mistakes, and eventually sharing her knowledge as an antique jewelry expert for the Antiques Roadshow. But she was exposed to contemporary art jewelry through trade shows in New York and Los Angeles, where she was especially drawn to the emerging artists in this field. As she said, they were young, they had new ideas, and I liked their jewelry the most. So I started learning about the budding world of jewelry art, not realizing that there are universities all over the United States that have programs for metalsmiths, and those were the people I wanted to get in touch with. I wanted to cultivate and sell that, and that changed the whole direction of what I did. I've never regretted it. Facere Gallery grew out of this work deeply rooted in community. The word facere, some of you know, means to make in Italian. Karen was quick to credit the many others who guided her along the way, including renowned Seattle jewelers and professors Ramona Solberg and Mary Lee Hu, who, Karen said, opened the door to her involvement with art jewelry in the Seattle area by way of the University of Washington's Jewelry Metals program. But it was Karen who did the work of building the connections and creating the awareness of both the individual artist and the role of the collector. As she said, it's important to us that we appeal to a large spread of people and that we appeal to people who will grow and become more adventuresome and will acquire more money. So no matter what the size of that sale is, every customer gets a folder with a letter from me that says, "Hi, welcome to the world of collecting." So the customer starts to be aware that there's a world of collecting. And I think this is really important to note. I mean, there are other places to sell work, but somebody who has this place in the ecosystem and an awareness is really special. She understood that space that jewelry inhabits, the area between people, the opening of communication. She ran Facere Gallery for 40 years, representing the finest in one-of-a-kind art jewelry from artists in the Northwest, the US, and around the world. And beyond the wearing of the jewelry, she deeply embedded the learning about it with joy. She hosted memorable openings with talks by artists and writers in the boardroom, and in 2004 started Signs of Life, a yearly literary magazine that combined her two passions of art jewelry and writing. And she maintained this personal touch through all her engagements, from artists to collectors. She said, "The trick is to do it with grace and style. You say, 'We thought of you. We would love to see you, whether you come in to see this piece or not.' And we say those things because they're so important." Along with her work as the owner of Facere Jewelry Art Gallery, Karen was deeply involved in the Seattle Metals Guild, Society of North American Goldsmiths, and Artist Trust, and she was awarded honorary member status by the Northwest Designer Craftsman. So in closing, Karen's words resonate here on multiple levels. It demands your attention, it demands your love. You have to learn all the time. You have to deal with disappointments. Someone that you've nursed and brought into the fold disappears, they go somewhere else, and that's always hard, but it happens, and that's life. So, remembering Karen. As I mentioned, the after party at St. John's. Let's see. I also want to say the schedule, while it's not posted up here on the screen, is pretty much what you've come to expect. We'll have speakers, we'll have breaks, we'll have lunch, and we'll come back. I do want to encourage you to pay attention to being back in the room by about 1:25 after lunch so that we can get started with our remote presenter, Ellen Revere, who will be joining us on the screen. So reminder to silence your cell phones, to take advantage of the sale, to take advantage of the amazing book sale that Sharon Cranston deploys every year, and make sure you're engaging with each other. This could not happen without sponsors and many volunteers. Our sponsors this year are Art Jewelry Forum, Rio Grande, Potter USA, Halstead, Contenti, Pratt Fine Arts Center, and Tiny Shiny Tools. We couldn't have done this without the Guild itself and the committee. I'd like to say thanks to the hardworking committee for the symposium, and go ahead and raise your hands, make yourselves known. And obviously, we couldn't do this without all of you, so thank you all for being here. That concludes the beginning here, and I want to go ahead and introduce the introducer. We're going to have Dana Casara come up and introduce our first speaker, Vicki Ambury-Smith.
Those are terrifying stairs. I'm very pleased to introduce Vicki. Vicki Ambury-Smith creates elaborately detailed small-scale jewelry and boxes inspired by real and imaginary buildings. Her three-dimensional architectural structures are not merely replicas, but easily worn, reimagined miniatures that capture the charm of each structure and the essence of its place and time. She has exhibited internationally for over 20 years, and her work is held in museum collections around the world, including the Victoria Albert Museum and the Houston University in Texas. A small group of us had the pleasure of spending the day with her yesterday. We dissected her pieces, and she was very generous with how she created them and all her little tricks and tips. She surprised us with every object that she revealed. And make sure you see her lapel pin today. I'm sure you will experience the same magic today. All the way from London, please welcome Vicki Ambury-Smith.
Thank you, Lynn, for such a lovely, warm welcome. And I'm truly humbled by the invitation to be here. It's fantastic. Thank you to the Guild. So what you see in front of you will look familiar, but a variation on the theme. But this is where I work. My workbench is in my house, top of the house in North London, with terrific views over London, which is just great. And pretty much everything I do is under my roof, but some things are like the occasional casting and photo etching are done by outsiders. But just to introduce you to the work that I do, if you haven't seen, is a range of wearable items and small tableware, so small boxes. For years I was making wearable items, and it was a long time before I dared to do anything bigger, but as confidence grew and skills grew, whatever, I ventured into bigger things later on. So some of these buildings will be familiar to you, as you see, from quite a long way from here, but from around the world. And they are, as Lynn said, they're portraits of buildings, not literal models. And what I'm going to talk to you about is these particular projects, the starting point of the building for the inspiration, and then what I did with that idea and how those things transformed from a life-size building into something wearable or a table piece. We have here the Siena Cathedral, which I just thought was the most amazing tower, but what to do with it stayed in my mind for a full decade or more before I came up with a solution of what I could make based on it. In the middle there, Emmanuel College is in Cambridge. I'll tell you what became of that. And below it, 1930s building, a whimsical little penguin pool in the zoo, in London Zoo. Next to it, the church, Christopher Wren building, would have been built in about 1640 in London. And perhaps the top building there might be more familiar to you, the Guggenheim in New York. Lastly, the Globe Theatre. But I'll tell you about these one by one and what I did with them. So starting with the Globe Theatre, I had an exhibition in London in about the late 1990s, and I got a letter, just a note from Sam Wanamaker, actor, American, the instigator of the replica building in London. He was horrified that there was nothing, not even a plaque, by the River Thames that marked where Shakespeare's theatre had been. And his note just said to me, "What about the Globe?" So I thought, wow, this was long before the replica was built. And much discussion and much disagreement about what it should look like, how many facets it should have, all sorts of different aspects of it. So actually I did several designs and made some pieces, but along the way, in fact, what they built was different. But then how to make something wearable out of a completely round, circular building. I was going to say spherical, but circular. And I wanted to make a brooch. So how to make something more two-dimensional and yet represent a 3D building. I decided to take a longitudinal view at it and flatten it. This was my design drawing. So we have here the deluxe version and the economy version of the same building, which Sam commissioned and gave to people who did the groundbreaking ceremony for the building and later sold to raise funds for the theatre. So this cutaway cross-section idea is something that I've done in many different ways for different buildings by way of a portrait of the building. So the exterior on the right shows the familiar outside of the building, the recognizable building that you might see. And then the cross-section shows what happens, what it's about, what it's for, how it works, and revealing the all-important stage. Also, I'm told that there used to be a gold patent, a flag, that flew when a performance was ongoing. Well, you'll see that the stage is empty here, so I think this is the intermission. So here are the finished items. It's 2.5 inches wide, the larger one. I'm usually thinking in metric, so about 6 centimeters. Silver, red gold, you might say rose gold, and oxidized silver inside to make it look deeper, to give a perception of depth of the item, but it's totally flat on the back and only about 1/4 inch from the front to the back. The little version on the left there is a forerunner. 1 or 2 brooches I made like that before the final design, when they were settled on what was actually going to be built. So I made a limited edition of 8 of the big ones and about 12 of the small ones. And though there still is some demand for them, I'll call it a day. Just want to keep those limited and a bit special, and they do crop up from time to time. One, the larger version, has just cropped up in a legacy that's been given to a collection at Goldsmiths Hall. And it's lovely to think that the life of that piece continues long after it's been out of sight, and for things to reappear. And then for another project that very different. So London Zoo, the kind of microcosm of whimsical architecture, each thing built for a specific animal. And because it can be whimsical, there's a variety of different styles that are very much of the decade, reflect the decade of style of architecture that they were built in. This was designed by Bertolt Lubetkin, an emigre from Eastern Europe, as with a lot of other architects that moved to Britain in the interwar years, and made a big impact on the change of British architecture. And he was asked to design a penguin pool. Well, his idea was modeled on an ocean liner, and it's, from the air, it's oval, and it's a playground for penguins. And you see it, you just want to climb in there and have a swim and go up those slides. Sadly, penguins didn't like it, and no longer live there. I'm not sure, I think it has sea lions in it now. But nothing was designed specifically for sea lions. But so I wanted to do a brooch, and this wasn't a commission thing, it was just something I wanted to do. And having done a lot of pieces based on classical architecture, Baroque architecture, was looking for something more, well, this is nearly 100 years old, can't really call it modern, but a different style of architecture. So I took a similar approach to it that I did with the Globe Theatre, taking a look through the length of it from the front, looking through to the back view to try and get all the different elements in it, but a wearable piece that would be flat on the back. So here's my drawing, and oops, what's happened? Oh, it's okay. My screen has changed here, but it's okay there. So my design drawing and the resulting brooch. Again, silver, oxidized silver. My screen has gone blank. The water is actually acrylic. If I could have made it in jade, would have been nice, but acrylic, and I just carved it to shape. It's the only piece that I've done, I think, with cross-section of water, and of course, complete with a penguin there. And again, this a limited edition of 5. One of these has just recently cropped up in an auction, which was interesting to see, and it's ended up in a collection at in Glasgow School of Art, along with a big collection of contemporary jewellery. So again, nice to know after years of making it that it has a continued life. Any architect, students or historians in Britain are familiar with this building. I think maybe they all learn about it as a project. But so instantly recognizable, but nothing like the shape that it's actually based on. But that's my prerogative as an editor, to try and make it like that. And now to Siena and this wonderful tower, built in the 13th century. I mean, just extraordinary. And the tower doesn't relate to the rest of the cathedral at all, completely mad, but built in different centuries. And I didn't think this could be worn in any kind of wearable way. But so I thought long and hard, but then when I'd started making small boxes, it suddenly struck me that perhaps I could do a series of stacking boxes. And I made a maquette, a card maquette, first of all, about 10 inches high, just over 1.25 inches at the base. And the first maquette I made had parallel sides, as the building really is, but it looked very dumpy looking from above. And of course, from street level or from across from another building, you're looking up at it, and the perspective is very different. This is my paper maquette with slightly tapered sides, so it's narrower at the top. And in one go, that made it more elegant, perception of it as taller, and remarkable how just changing the perspective of it just seemed to work quite well. Then, as you see, the card maquette here is black and white drawing. Well, my line drawing, my rather crude black and white stripes were cleaned up by my friend who does CAD work in preparation for photo etching. And this is the artwork, all prepared to etch. On the left, on the right, we've got a kind of double section that would be etched into 1 millimeter thick silver and scored down the middle, scored and folded, so you end up with an L shape. So 2 of those that then would be eventually soldered together to make a square tube, but tapered tube. And then the fan shape, I worked out with lots of card and paper, that would be cut out, turned into an octagonal pyramid that would fit on the top for the last touch. But so to the first etching, here's the silver bent into those 2 L shapes, but long before soldering the 2 L shapes, the 2 halves together, all those windows got to be cut out. And you can't do that once it's closed up. So there was nothing for it but to drill a hole for each window and start cutting. And I can tell you, it's a very solid full week to cut all those windows out. And a lot of saw blades gave their lives to this project. Very thin ones, have to add, very, very thin. But still, it was a very enjoyable thing, if a little bit repetitive, but I enjoyed doing it enormously. Then the 2 halves solder together, and you have the square tube. Then to make it into the boxes, I made 2 cuts. I had to really brazen myself where to do the cuts. Here you'll see the finished item, and you have on the left the 3 boxes that stack together to make the tower. And when it's together, it's not obvious that it comes apart. When it's apart, it's not obvious that it goes together. But I really enjoyed that aspect of it. I had to factor in, with the etching, the width of the stripes, so that when I cut it, the stripes were still all the right thickness, and that the tower still had the right kind of taper. You can't cut out too much and then end up with the vertical lines not being straight. So as to displaying it, well, that's no longer my problem. This lives in the Victoria and Albert Museum, so it's up to them. And then to a commission. This was a lovely commission. A lady who wanted me to make a ring based on her college in Cambridge, where she'd been a student about 20 years before. She told me she got married at the college chapel, and she's no longer married, she's divorced, but she didn't hold that against the college. And so I thought long and hard about it. The picture on the top left is the iconic entrance to the college, and it's what you see when you go there. It's what greets you as the most famous view of this college. I thought, what to do with that open space, that grass patch? I just thought, you can't really have a space in the middle of a U-shaped ring. No, didn't like that. These other buildings were her wish list of what she wanted included on the ring, so the other buildings from the college. And so I thought long and hard, and suddenly, as perhaps will be familiar to you, you wake up with the idea, yes, if I turn this quadrangle inside out, then I can have the chapel facade at the front and put those other buildings, the dining room, the library, the domus, either side of the chapel. And these are my drawings. So with each commission piece, I draw it by hand. It's just imagined. I have to think it through, but imagine how to do the piece from every angle, including from above, how it'll look. And lesson to myself, I drew this much bigger than I was actually going to make the real ring. But I thought, for a bit of clarity, I'll draw it bigger. Then I met the lady, and she's tiny. She's got such small hands, really small. So I'd made a rod for my own back by then having to cut all these little windows in something much smaller. So nowadays I tend to, if it's a ring, I'll do it life-size, so that I don't get too overambitious with details. Here's some pieces, actually not this ring, but it's the same idea. This is the flat pack version. So we have here the ring shank, the tube at the top there. And if it's going to be a commission piece, the ring has to fit before I then add to it. And then all the different individual buildings made and soldered on one by one. I generally start in the middle and work around it. So here are two views of the same finished piece, with the chapel in the middle, and the other buildings around it. And anybody who knows this college, they recognize it immediately. So again, it's not like the real place, but still familiar, which gives me a lot of satisfaction that it works like that. And very important piece to her, the connection of a person with a place, maybe for an occasion, and people get very attached to certain places from significant times in their lives. And now to the Guggenheim. When that was rebuilt, renovated, at the end of the 1990s, I was asked to make some pieces for the shop. And I'm sure a lot of you have been there, wonderful building. The all-important part of the building is the drum. Can we call it the drum, the snail, the rotunda? The whole building, as you see on the left, looks like a food processor. It doesn't, nobody's familiar with these other shapes, but they're all part of the museum. Maybe when you're in it, you see different galleries there, but that's not the impression that's familiar with people. I actually think, wonderful as the building is, I think it overwhelms most of the exhibits in there, however. So I took a cross-section view of it. We've got the exterior with the familiar outside, and then the cross-section to show the inside, how it works. So this was a brooch, and then I made a range of things. We had the brooch, cufflinks, and a pin. And incidentally, one of these pins, the last remaining one, is outside, available for the auction. It's all made in silver. Again, it was limited edition, and I haven't made any more of those. And then to Oxford, my hometown. I grew up here. And although I went to London for art school, I still have a very strong attachment to Oxford. And this was to be a commission piece for a lady who had grown up herself lived in Oxford and lived in this wonderful little road called Turn Again Lane. Isn't that nice? Very proud owner of a Citroen 2CV. And she wanted lots of Oxford and her old house included in a 10th wedding anniversary present. She got married at this church, the picture on the left, St. Ebbs, and then we have her little street and her car. And so I set about doing a lot of town planning and rearranged Oxford. And also she said she was very happy to have the ring go the width of her hand, which gave more scope for what was possible to fit on there, which was useful. And we have here my drawing, and then the ring in the making. So again, the ring shank had to fit her hand, and then I made the basic silver structure, and then all the little buildings to go on it. So here we have two versions, two views of the same ring. And she's delighted with it. I don't think she wears it all the time, maybe only when she sees me, but whenever I see her, she's wearing it. So maybe she does wear it all the time. And she's thrilled. So it's a portrait of her life. It's her biography up to that moment in her life. So that's another very nice kind of personal aspect. To be honest, the ring works better as a design from the side view. Looking down from the top, as with the drawing, there's something rather static about that. But the side view has more flow to it. But that's just the way it is. And then another commission piece, the tradition that goes back centuries in London is the Lord Mayor of London. I was asked to make a gift for the incoming Lord Mayor a few years ago, and he's an architect. This is his favourite building, St Stephen's Walbrook. It's very near St Paul's Cathedral, said to be Christopher Wren's second favourite building, his favourite being St Paul's. So again, mid-17th century, 1640s or thereabouts. Starting with this church, I was asked to make a box. And so I do research on the box. I look for drawings, prints, photographs, and think about what can be done. So I made this little maquette on the left with the dome and a square-looking box. And my client said, but it's missing the church tower. It really needs that. It looks like it's missing the main feature. But the church tower is actually freestanding, separate from the church. And I thought, in my scale, which imagine this box is about 3 inches long by 2 inches roughly, having the freestanding bell tower would look really strange. And so I pushed it into the corner of the church and made the tower belong to the church. I hope Christopher Wren wouldn't mind, but I rearranged his building. And I also like the boxes to have a surprise, something inside when you open and think, oh, or kind of, as it were, a reward for opening it. And so I wanted to include this floor plan. The book on the left is a big tome of all about architecture, Bannister Fletcher Book of Architecture. And you'll see the drawing inside the dome, wonderful Baroque plastering. And my client suggested that perhaps we turn the dome inside out and have this gold-plated on the outside. So here's my finished box. And the dome it was photo-etched flat, and then I domed it, eventually gold-plated when the thing was finished. And the floor plan photo-etched in the bottom of the box. So I'm heard tell that the recipient was delighted with it. I haven't seen it since, and I quite miss it. I'm very fond of this building. But it was made for him. It's a one-off. I won't do another one, probably. And then another commission from Cambridge. And with this college in Cambridge, bless them, every year they commission a contemporary living silversmith to make something for their Joseph Larmore bequest. He was a biochemist that died in the 1940s, and his legacy goes to commission new silverware for 3 chosen special students every year. And so different, as far as I don't know if they're all British, but different silversmiths that I know, we've all made things for this college. So again, I look and I think what to do. We settled on the idea of wine coasters, but the college itself is hugely intricate, complicated. There's a lot of details. But we pared it down to just the window. This bridge across the Cam River is a very iconic symbol of Cambridge. And so taking just the window, I then thought if we put the window in each facade, that might work well. Originally thinking of octagonal, but octagons, if you've ever made one, that is so difficult in that every opposite side has to be parallel. But I decided on 9 sides, not only to get round that, but also the proportion of each facet for the window worked better when there were 9 sides. And so here we have the finished items. I made prototype window. I had them cast, 27 casts, for each of the 3 wine coasters. Then they told me that they wanted the college crest to be engraved on one of the facets. So happy to oblige. But it meant that I had 3 windows left over, which stayed on my bench for a long time. I just thought must be some use I can put to those. But they hung around for a long time. And then I thought, Christmas decorations. So that spawned a whole idea of making Christmas decks. I make a new design every year, make the prototype, have 30 cast, and when they've gone, that's it. Next year, I make a different window. So these are some of the different ones that I've done. And since starting on these windows, I've done quite a tour of, not actual, but virtual tour of Europe, looking at windows that would suit my purpose. And because some people collect them by one each year, keeps me on my toes about what the next one will be, and the next one, so to vary the shapes. And it's tempting when somebody will say, have you got one of those Bordeaux windows? Sorry, they've gone. But, never waste an opportunity. If you let something hang around long enough, you'll find a purpose for it. And then, of course, we're here. So I had to, I had to work on the needle, didn't I? And so here we are. And here it is. I should have made it a bit taller. I wish I had. But I could only work on the photographs that I found on Google at the time. Here we are. This is my book with lots more stories about things, why I made them, who for, how they came about, what they were based on, and what I made based on those buildings. So thank you. And I should say some of the books are available outside. Happy to sign them. So
We have
please,
one from
ask
online,
away.
actually.
Anything. Lynn has a question.
Hi. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that that book is so great and that they should go downstairs and get it signed by you.
Thank you.
Also, I was wondering about your Siena Tower, how you actually made your black and white stripes. I know you etched them, but how
yes.
did you make them?
So, this isn't going back. Look. So having worked out on a maquette the size, and I'd recommend anybody making an object to make a maquette first. It really helps you to see how it's going to sit on a table and how big it's going to look from all angles. If to tell you the base is sort of 1.25 inches, you think, really? That's really small. But by the time it's in 3D, it looks and seems bigger. So the stripes, this is my artwork, tidied up on CAD just to get the stripes perfectly straight and proportion. But this design was transposed through a chemical process onto the silver, this 1 mil thick silver. And so what I've drawn, what's black, is etched, and there we have it. You just about can see the etching isn't very deep, but deep enough so that when each of the etched stripes are oxidized, it gives the pattern that picks out the stripes there. But it looks very anemic until it was etched. But yeah, photo etching. It's a series of transposing a drawing through a chemical light-sensitive process onto the silver coating, and then etched. So like making my own kit model, really. Yeah.
We've got an online question, if I could interject one before we go back to our main room here. We're wondering how we can get in line for one of your 30 Christmas ornaments. Who do we have to fight?
The first 30 to sign up. Actually, there's 25 of them now. The first 5 have gone, but yes, that's kind of, the current window is like one of the round ones, and similar to, but different from, actually not quite like either of these, but it's similar to the round ones, but it's based on a church in Rome, Palatine Church.
And they can go to your website then, is that the best way?
Not really, message me direct.
Okay.
It's just that I don't sell through my website, but the website has a lot of these pictures to show what I do, but I don't sell through. It suggests that those items are for sale when actually they might have been commissioned one-off pieces.
Wonderful, thank you.
So thank you for asking.
I see much about the forms that you're making, the amazing forms you're making, and I noticed that the surface treatments you choose greatly enhance the reading of the forms. And if
Thank
you
you.
could speak to the how you
Yes.
choose and execute them.
Yes, this everything is satin. Let's say this one is quite a good example. The dome is brushed, not polished. I don't polish the surfaces because that reflects everything else around it. And I think for clarity to see the object, taking advantage of the whiteness of silver is really nice. So to get the kind of opalescent satin finish, not white cooked because that's not durable, but using a pan scourer and pumice, old toothbrush, that kind of thing to get the surface, or even rough emery, but rubbing in different directions. But I always polish the edges, and a little bit of contrast where some things are polished, just highlighted, makes it look finished rather than the whole thing being satin or matte looks a little bit unfinished. So a little contrast of finished with a touch of polish. But yes, you can get away with a lot too with a matte surface. What would be an example? Not so much that, just thinking, on the roof of this ring, I did do it highly polished, but then actually getting it absolutely flat was really difficult. And making it brushed slightly satin took away that problem. A lot of hiding irregularities, let's say, makes life easier. But yes, it's rather for clarity, which serves this purpose, I think.
Vicki, Rivka in Portland, Oregon says, is there a building that you want to make still but are not sure how to interpret it yet?
I'm often asked this. I ought to be better prepared for this question. I don't know yet, but always happy to be introduced to new buildings that I didn't know about. Because if I haven't come across them, often a client will tell me, what about such and such, which is always interesting, and you never know where that will lead. I did a brooch based on the Bilbao Guggenheim by Frank Gehry, and a customer struck by that and said, could I do the Frank Gehry building in Vitra in Germany? As that was great introduction to a new building. Easier to say perhaps what would not work rather than what I'd still like to work on. And what would not work, things like Frank Lloyd Wright's Falling Water, beautiful building, haven't been, quite lovely, but 3/4 of it's all about the situation, the position of it. And if you take that out of context, it just wouldn't work.
Thank you.
In your Oxford ring that spans all the fingers?
Yes.
Can you tell me what materials you used in
Yes,
it?
pretty much everything is made in silver. Where are we? Sorry, going the wrong way. Silver with red gold, rose gold, and yellow gold. Getting there. Here we are. So it just, fortunately for me, these different colored golds really work well in a representative way of the sandstone in Oxford, and red for the roof tiling and silver for the main part. But by using mixed metals, kind of defines each building a little bit more. The car doesn't bear too much close inspection. It's more of an impression of it, really, than actual. But it's there. So yes, yellow 18 karat. We have 9 karat gold in England, which is rubbish. It's horrible metal to work. And it's only 1/3 gold. I don't think it's even allowed here. But the color suits my purpose. And it's compatible with British hallmarking. So that's why I use it. You can't use copper with silver for hallmarking.
Hello. Do you have a background in architecture or?
No, not at all. An interest in, and I grew up in Oxford, but not everybody who grows up in Oxford ends up doing what I'm doing. But I suppose I hadn't realized what an impression that had made on me until I left it and went to London. In the 1980s, London was so ugly. It was really dirty, and it's much cleaner, brighter, bigger, terrific now. But I had thought of going into architecture. I'd also thought of doing theatre design. I went to art school, and in that year, by doing a bit of life, a whole section of life drawing, technical drawing, photography projects, theatre design, shoe design, fashion, what else, color theory. You kind of discover it through that year. Everyone should do one. You discover whether 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions suits you better, color or not, or scale. And I realized that small scale 3D was my thing. Happily not an architect. I don't need planning permission for these things.
Well, I just noticed that if you look at the different buildings, they are all, the individual buildings are in scale with themselves, but they are
With this building, with
proportionate.
the Oxford one?
That particular drawing, the dome is significantly larger, probably in real life, but
Yeah.
the scale within the dome fits the dome,
Thank you.
and all the little buildings, they fit the building, but the buildings are made larger or smaller to fit the composition. Is that correct?
That's right. That's certainly right. And there was a man who saw the ring, and he said about the gold tower. He said, but Magdalen Tower is taller than that. I thought, yeah, well, okay. It's really fortunate for a ring that I can start the building from halfway down the ring shank and get that perception of height without it actually being so very much higher than the finger. Supposing all of that was built above the hand, the whole thing would be very much higher, but I can start halfway down. Yes, that dome is taller. Magdalen Tower is probably taller than it. So yes, relative heights and sizes and proportions. And sometimes, as with the building, this Walbrook building, I made it slightly taller than it really is. Again, because you're looking down on it rather than looking up at it. And it just needed a little bit more height. So that's just an aesthetic judgment. But yes, comparative, especially for the rings, that comes into it a lot.
Vicky, Shoshana from Portland, Oregon as well, go Portland, says, you don't say anything about your soldering process, but it must be very involved. Can you say something about it? Can you tell we're all metal nerds here?
Metal nerds. Well, a lot of soldering, so, imagine. Well, okay, let's see this ring. I make the basic shape and solder it, and then I made each individual building complete and soldered it, adjusting the heights to make it fit right. I only use hard solder. Hard solder gets harder with each subsequent firing, and by the time it's been heated up 3 times, it's as good as welded. It's not going anywhere. The other solders, medium and soft, if you have the same here, they're yellower. They will stain more. If a thing tarnishes slightly, that will tarnish first and worst. And so hard is fine. I've only used hard solder for decades now. So yes, I haven't even tried to count how many solder joints there are in this ring. There's lots, but as I say, subsequent firings get more fixed. So by the time I've made each little individual building, of itself is not going to go anywhere, not going to come undone once I solder it onto the ring. What I do have to be careful of is that mixing different metals, especially the 9-carat, it will melt into the silver if I overheat it. I have to be really careful.
The dreaded eutectic, right?
Yeah.
Are you calling hard 75 across the pond as well? Do you know 75%?
Probably.
Does that sound right?
Sorry, I don't know.
That's okay.
Yes, I know
Metal nerds.
there's enamel solder that's even harder.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, probably is that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just going to keep going with the online questions. Do you ever have natural structures? Do you ever do natural structures rather than man-made, for example, mountains and such? Or are you sticking with the architectural elements?
Yes, extraordinary one. In my book, there's a ring based on Etretat. It's a chalk cliff on the north coast of France with grass on the top. And somebody asked me to do that, knowing full well what I usually do. And his girlfriend came from Etretat, and this was to be a birthday present. And I thought, just extraordinary, but I could see how a chalk cliff, really high chalk cliff, is in itself quite an architectural structure. And I wondered what to do for the glass. And then I realized you can carve. I had sea glass, actually not from northern France, but from the South English coast. I thought it's the same sea. And I carved green glass to fit on the silver. And the dear sweet man who commissioned it was supposed to keep it for a while, until her birthday, but just couldn't wait. And he gave it to her. And then the next day told me that, in fact, the ring became an engagement ring. And so, it was so lovely.
She better have said yes.
She did. And she's a pianist, so it's quite a big ring, but it sits on the piano when she's playing the piano. Isn't that nice?
We're getting lots of ahs in the audience for the online audience. Last question from online audience. This may also be in your book, but have you considered doing Ronchamp Cathedral by Corbusier?
I have, but I haven't done anything on it. I'm familiar with it. I thought it might, I was afraid it might get a bit, I would say kitsch, something a little bit too obvious, in that you'd have to just do it as it is, and then, and I'm not sure there's any kind of cross-section cutaway, anything that I could play with that would make it more of a portrait of the building. Wonderful building as it is, yeah. Thank you for suggesting. Keep the suggestions coming of other buildings, please.
All right. I
Are we
think
done?
that's all the questions we have. So we'll go to break and be back for our next speaker.
Thanks.
You ready?
Thank you very much.
And just to remind you all, break we're a little bit ahead of schedule or have a little bit extra time, so please be back at 10:56 for Curtis Arima.
For everybody online, just a reminder that we're on break right now until we are coming back at 11 a.m. for Curtis Arima's presentation. We're going to pause the recording and start it again when we come back. You're welcome to just stay online, or you can just rejoin when you come back. And if you can't stay with us all day, don't panic. You're actually going to get the recording link for a whole year. So if you have to step away or you miss any part of today's actual live presentations, you can watch it again as times as you want for a whole year. Thanks so much again for joining and for the great questions. We'll see you again at 11 a.m. Pacific.
Where he graduated with an individualized major that focused on ceramics and metals. He received an MFA in metalsmithing from Cranbrook Academy of Art. Arima has been an instructor at California College of the Arts in the Jewelry and Metal Arts program since 2002. Recently, his work at CCA is more computer-oriented. He is currently serving as the interim dean of fine arts. He was telling me a little bit about that, and it's a significant workload, a lot of people to manage and a lot of programs. And if that day job wasn't enough, he is also a board member of the Community of Ethical Jewelers. Formerly known as Ethical Metalsmiths, this organization has led a grassroots effort to confront harmful mining practices and advocate for transparency and responsibility in the jewelry supply chain. Arima has exhibited his work nationally at the Metal Museum and the Fuller Craft Museum, among others. His work has also been exhibited in Scotland and Wales. His work has been published in Metalsmith Magazine, Sculpture, Lapidary Journal, and others. He has lectured and taught workshops in the US, Japan, and China. Artist, educator, community member, leader. Please join me in welcoming Curtis Arima.
Joan, thank you so much for that amazing introduction. You really pulled out some things from my past and history. It was nice to hear. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, online audience. Thank you, Metals Guild, for holding this symposium. Symposiums like this are so important to keep our field thriving and alive and us learning in community. So I'm so honored and so pleased to be here. With my lecture today, I'm going to run through some of my leadership and design and education thinking. I'll talk a little bit about sustainability and my sustainability tenets that I kind of broaden outside of environmental sustainability. So maybe I'll start there. Let's see. Great, so these tenets are tenets that I use in my teaching and my leadership, in my life actually. I balance them with sometimes one having more priority than the other. I'll go ahead and read these. You'll see these scattered throughout my lecture today. The one that I'll talk least about is personal sustainability, but we can answer questions at the end of the lecture if you are interested. So economic and professional sustainability, sustaining a professional and financial practice, cultural sustainability, sustaining and honoring traditional and non-traditional cultures and identities. You are doing that here today. social sustainability, sustaining relationships with people, communities, society, and supporting social justice. Personal sustainability, sustaining emotional and physical health, and environmental sustainability, sustaining ecosystems, earth health, and the way living and non-living things function together. I also want to say that diversity, equity, and inclusion is woven throughout this. We cannot have a functioning society and functioning world without diverse voices and that are being announced. So thanks. I'm going to give you a little bit of overview of my past artistic practice, so you get a little bit of an idea of what I did in my early years. I went to California College of Arts and Crafts. Well, my time there, I really was invested in hollowware and in ceramics. So I made a lot of forms that combined body, plant, and industry to make these hybrid objects. Some of these are teapots, some of these are non-functional objects. I went to Cranbrook Academy, studied with Gary Griffin there, and there I engaged more with ideas around nature and using ideas around nature and systems of self and systems of society, and using nature as metaphors for those systems. And we can answer questions later about this. I'm going to run through this quickly. These are a series that I did around windows. Anytime you see a window in my work, it's really about this kind of vascular space between interior and exterior of the body, interior and exterior of the mind. So that space in between dreams and reality, in between conscious and unconscious, in between now and later and in the past. While I was at Cranbrook was kind of my first entry into ideas around sustainability. And so in sustainability with this work, I honored the shapes and forms of these plastic objects. These are vacuum package objects. And I blew them up about 13 to 20 times larger and hand fabricated them out of copper. So simultaneously celebrating the forms, but also announcing that these forms and shapes made out of plastic are on our earth in perpetuity. They never go away, they break down, but are still plastic objects. I'm going to give you a little bit of a world into my inspiration. So my background is Japanese. Both my parents are third generation Japanese folks. I'm a fourth generation Japanese person. This is a temple that I went to as a child. Although my parents were not religious, they performed a lot of funerals at religious temples. Both of my grandfathers likely participated in constructing this temple. They were both carpenters and helped the Japanese community rebuild after the war temples. So when I was about second grade, what is that, like 8 or 10, I had several family members pass away. My grandfather, my great-grandmother, an aunt, and an uncle. And so I was visiting these places regularly. And at that time, in sort of a strange place of mourning as a child, I didn't really understand all the layers of meaning and the beautiful textures and the patterns, but they did calm me in this time of mourning. And so I recall that place often when I'm having a challenging time, when I'm uncomfortable, that decoration and pattern and history really give me comfort. And so that's charged in a lot of my work. So this is my garden at maybe its height, doesn't look like that now, but I use that beauty and abundance in my life and try to bring that to my own work. Nature is a huge inspiration for me, so I really do look at plants. They are a teacher. We see so much texture, we see so much line and composition, layers of pattern, and potential meaning in each thing within nature. Just the layers in this picture on the left, the layers of the light and dark in a relatively flat image is really inspiring to me. The image on the right, the dark line stem with the light green leaves and this very peculiar texture of spores on a spurn are inspiring. So this is some of my work inspired by nature. These first few pieces are weeds, so trying to find beauty in things that I personally disdain in my garden. Bermuda grasses on the left. These are roots on the right. These are all constructed out of oxidized silver with gold details. I'm also interested in architecture. It was so great to see the previous lecture, inspired by architecture. I love the power of architecture, the power of things like religious orders and political orders, the composition that when you see it, it uplifts you and frightens you a little bit and intimidates you a little bit. And I really want my jewelry, when you put it on, to have that feeling for you. Like you feel uplifted, you feel like a certain self-importance when you wear it. You feel special. I think jewelry has a real power to do that. Hand engraving is well, not so new anymore, but maybe 10 years ago, I learned how to hand engrave. And so hand engraving is maybe a little different than some of you know as like a machine engraving where you have a power engraver. This is all done by hand. It's called push engraving. I learned from a master metalsmith, Harash Nargisian, who was traditionally trained in Armenia. And you use very specific, very sharp hand tools, and everything is done completely by hand. It's sort of like magic after you learn how to do it. I'm still not a master like Harash. But it allows you to put textures in your metalwork with just very, very simple hand tools. I have maybe a dozen of them, but I mostly use about 3 tools. I'm gonna move forward. So this is some of my brooches. I love brooches. I love that they are sort of like sculptures or painting for the body, and they go out in the world and start conversations. So this is called Heavy Hearted, I made during the pandemic. Oftentimes in my work, I try to relieve some personal tension and personal discomfort about things in my life or in the world through these pieces. Shifting hierarchies, we've gone through many shifting hierarchies in our political state. Sunbursts in memory of a cooler planet, reminding us of our kind of potential agency and that we are living in a planet that is continually warming. I'm going to talk to you about my studio practice. So the studio practice that has helped me financially has been custom work. And in my studio, I have a showroom section in the front, and in the back, I have a very messy studio, which I'll show you in a minute. This showroom space allows me to have conversations with clients, show off my work, just have a permanent display of my pieces. And then in the back is this disaster. It actually looks more messy than this now. But I'm a little bit schizophrenic in my artistic practice, so I literally sometimes move from one project to another project within a few hours, and my studio space allows me to do that. Sometimes I'm doing ceramics and metalwork, sometimes I'm doing client work and museum work simultaneously in a day. This is a little bit of my production work that is inspired by nature, really trying to pull parts out from nature and distill them down into wearable objects. This is some of my wedding line. I make titanium rings with different inlays in them. And I make this finger shape, which makes them a little bit more unusual than a standard titanium ring that you could just buy from Amazon. So sustaining personal history and memory through my clients. One of the things I love is working with my clients to recycle their own material. So to be able to take inherited materials, melt it down, or rework it so that memory of a person, of a time, of a history can remain in an object that they can integrate back in their lives is really special. Also, in contrast to that, having that ability to dispel negative energy of a relationship, of a history, of a family that has not served you well, and to be able to melt down metal and redistribute that energy to gain control over it and have agency over those emotions for a client is really, really powerful. So this is taking an inherited ring, melting it down into a blob that then I will mill out or forge out into a new piece. So I do that quite a bit. Sometimes I even melt things down that I have real challenging things about melting. I had to melt down a Cartier pair of earrings for a client that just killed me, but it was important for her to have her father's memory integrated in her new object. These are some of the pieces that I've made over the years. One of the projects I did get a chance to work on, I did this pro bono project for Mona, whose house burned in one of the many fires we've had in California. And so I refurbished much of the jewelry that's on the left, and with some of the melted pieces of metal, I made new pieces for her. So she didn't even know what those objects were, but are able to wear them, and kind of like a phoenix rising and transforming, really transformed her ideas around that metal. So that inspired a short series I did, well, I'm still doing, but a short series where I'm taking unresolved pieces that are just leftover pieces on my bench, melting recycled metal, dumping them on the piece, and then reworking the pieces. I call this series Controlled Outbursts. It's sort of like a challenging conversation you have with somebody, or a therapy session where you like throw out all your emotions and then you rework them and have a conversation that is productive. So I'm editing, I'm adding, I'm subtracting, adding gemstones for these pieces. And this, all of this is kind of a great lead up to a project I was able to do at Yuba Buena Art Center with my friend Nick Dong. Nick Dong is an amazing artist. If you're not familiar with him, please look him up. We did this Mensmith project. He was doing very similar work in his own practice of honoring people's memories through reworking pieces of jewelry. And so we did a call with the museum. We invited a call to the whole community in San Francisco to bring an object and memory and a challenge or a moment of transformation. It could be positive or it could be negative, an object associated with it. And so we chose about 14. There was a great variety of types of work that we, people that we worked with and types of work that we developed. One mother lost her daughter from a drug overdose, and we melted down her work in a ceremony. Nick made bells to give her daughter a voice. We work with people with challenging relationships, melted down their work together in the museum, which was amazing to melt metal within a museum setting. And then we worked other pieces to honor family memories and challenging situations. It was a real honor to hold that space for these people, and a challenging project, but a real honor to hold that space for people. So environmental sustainability. This image, or an image like this, was an image shown to me by Christina Miller many years ago. And initially, when I saw this image, I was fascinated by its beauty. You know, this beautiful colors, this really interesting line. But then I found that this is an image of an open pit mine. The copper is leaching, and that's where the green comes from. And that in a gold ring, you know, a simple gold ring that we wear, with traditional mining, more than 20 tons of earth is displaced in order to gather enough material for that one gold ring. That statement really shocked me and made me rethink and consider, what is my participation? What is our participation in metalsmithing and the safety and health of our planet? And it's a real conundrum. This is another image. You can see the small cars. And so it disturbed me in a way that I still feel. And it enabled me to take some agency over that. So I try, when possible, to use recycled metals. I try, when possible, to recycle my own metals. I try to use end cuts of copper from roofing industry when I can. I try my best to not participate in new mining. Or I try to participate in more ethical mining with fair mined gold and silver. And I can answer questions about that at the end if people have questions about that. One of the honors that I have is serving as a board member and an education committee member of the formerly the Ethical Metalsmiths. We're now called the Community for Ethical Jewelers for Jewelry. Please go to our website. Please join our membership. Please join the membership of this guild. Your membership in guilds help us continue and help all of us do the good work that we need to do to keep our fields alive, to keep us educated, to keep us interested, to keep us engaged in really important conversations. So you may think that your $25 or $50 or $150 isn't doing anything, but that small amount multiplied by hundreds of people can make real actionable change. So please join organizations. One of the things that we do with the Ethical Metalsmiths is we have the International State of Practice. Please go to our website and visit. There are recorded videos of our past presentations. They're very, very valuable. Our most recent one was from an expert in milling from Hoover and Strong that dispelled so many misnomers that I was teaching students wrong for the last 20 years. So please go and visit. We also have So Fresh, So Clean. It's an online student exhibition that is still open, I think, for you to apply to. We also have a call for entry for the Rejewelry competition. That competition allows you to use recycled materials that the Radical Jewelry Makeover has collected for your own work. So please enter this competition. It's really fantastic. And talking about Radical Jewelry Makeover. So some of you might know what this is, some of you might not. The Radical Jewelry Makeover is really a community-based project. It's a call for the community to donate unwanted jewelry. It's expert action, so we go ahead and disseminate and sort the materials. So we have gold, we have silver, we have scrap materials, we have costume jewelry materials, and then we reallocate those materials to students and professionals to make new work with that material. It's a closed loop cycle, so we're participating less in land devastation. And through this whole process, we're educating communities about things like mining practices and responsible sourcing. There's lots of exhibitions and lectures that also go around this work. So please look up Radical Jewelry Makeover. I've had the honor in participating in this project since about 2009. This is some of the process of recycling silver, rolling it out, hand fabricating, using both my constructed materials and a lot of found materials to create new pieces. Again, these pieces are inspired by architecture, by medallions or orders, by symbols of power. And if you look around at powerful symbols, they do really give you a certain emotion. And I want to elevate these not materially valuable pieces, but visually valuable pieces up the chain of value. I'm pleased to say that the piece on the right was just purchased by the Metal Museum and is now in their permanent collection. This is a series that expands outside of jewelry, and I've been using found objects, adding my metalsmith to the found objects to give the objects new life, to move them further away from the landfill and up the chain into the fine art and design worlds. Great. How am I doing? I'm doing okay on time. I'm surprised. Sustainability, personal, cultural, historical, and social sustainability are embedded in a lot of things I do. I'll just talk about one particular story. So this is my father on the left. My mother is the girl standing on the right. I love that picture. It's like it's from The Wizard of Oz or something. Both of these pictures were taken shortly after the war. So being of Japanese descent, my family during World War II was all interned during the war. These are my grandparents. I didn't have pictures of them older than this. This is the one on the right's probably from the 80s. The one on the, the left is probably from the 80s. The one on the right probably from the 60s. They were also interned during the war. They are all, my grandfather on the right is the only first generation American. Everybody else is second generation American. When the war broke out, these signs all over the West Coast came up. And Executive Order 9066 was developed. And what it allowed is for the United States to round up anyone with Japanese ancestry, regardless of their citizenship, regardless of how long they've been in the country, and they were interned. They were incarcerated during the duration of the war. Fort Missoula in Montana was a place where my grandfather, also Jichan in Japanese is grandfather, He was interned early, and a kind of lesser-known story is that a lot of political leaders, a lot of business owners, a lot of people that were religious people were taken away early. So right after the Pearl Harbor bombing, just days after, my grandfather was taken and interned early. They were put in prison camps. They did not have contact with any of the family. A really special story that my father told that I will make work around at some point is that when his father was taken away, he said that the guard was nice enough not to handcuff him. And so he was able to tell my dad that I'm going to go build a house, and the house might be huge. And if it's huge, I'm going to be gone a long time. And if it's a small house, I'll be gone shortly. And it's just a lovely way to help a child with that process. This is an image from the camps, Fort Missoula, a very prison-like camp. And a lot of this was the sentiment in the United States around Japanese people, that they did not belong here, even if they were here for already 50 years, like many other immigrants. These are the watchtowers. So there were watchtowers at every incarceration site that had armed guards. And so this story, another story that my father told me, is when I was a child, and I didn't understand this until years later, but when I was a child, he told this story. When I was a kid, when I was like 5 or 6, my friend and I, we used to go to the outer fence, and we used to throw this rock. And we used to get a stick, and we would try to grab the rock with the stick, and we would time to see how long it would take the guards to fire warning shots at us. And he would laugh, and he said, "Oh, it was so fun." And as a child, I think I was like 12 or something, I didn't associate camp with camp, is what we call it in Japanese community, as internment. I thought it was like summer camp. I didn't understand why there were armed guards, and I just didn't understand at all. And it wasn't until the pandemic, when I was researching more around Japanese incarceration during World War II, that I heard about this story of a man who was out the outer fence, and he was shot and killed. He was walking his dog, and one of the guards thought he was trying to escape, and with a single shot, killed him. And I still have an emotional reaction now. I had this uncontrollable bawling that just came over me. And I couldn't understand why until I realized that that could have easily been my father. I remembered the story. It could have easily been one of my relatives. And in a sense, I would not be here if that would have happened. So my own mortality and the situation as well. So, this is lines. So one of my mother's stories, she was very young, but she remembers lines for everything. Lines for the restroom, lines for the shower, lines for a sugar ration, lines for a box of raisin, lines for everything, and the dust everywhere. All of these places were in the middle of the desert. So if you tried to escape, you'd die of heat stroke or dehydration before you reached any civilization. So I made this piece inspired by my father's story of the rock, very loosely based off of it. Has some imagery that is cloud-like, some imagery that is dust-like. It has gold rays that represent gunshots, and a single garnet that is my birthstone, and some pieces that look like parts of fences. There's a rock that's hanging at the bottom. At some point, and I haven't had the chance to do this, I either want to go to my grandfather's gravesite or my family home and replace it with a rock from there. I created this base to help it stand up, also inspired by the dust storms. This is also inspired by my father's story about calming the story down, about making it funny or beautiful even though it was a challenging situation. So adding that beauty and the complexity of the design was important to me. Great, I'm gonna switch gears a little bit into my academic work. So I am the interim dean of fine arts at California College of the Arts. These are the different programs that I oversee. It's kind of vast, but very exciting. Higher ed is in a really challenging place right now, and I'm really happy to be in a place where I can help higher education and the arts. And I can talk about that if people have questions about that. Our historic campuses are located on Huichin and Yelamu, also known as Oakland and San Francisco, and the unceded territories of the Chichoni and Ramaytush people, Chichenyo and Ramaytush people, excuse me. I really believe in land acknowledgements. We are on borrowed land. We are all visitors here. We are all immigrants. We all immigrated, all of us immigrated from another land. And even the people who are stewards of the original land are treated like immigrants. So we all have that shared experience and shared responsibility to care for the land, care for our histories, care for our future. We have a new campus. Speaking of land, we have a new campus in San Francisco that's an extension of our original San Francisco campus. We closed our Oakland campus to unite in a single amazing campus structure. Most of the new building is dedicated to the crafts, I'm proudly to say. And I'm just going to share the Jewelry Metal Arts Studio with you, although we have a brand new ceramic studio, brand new sculpture studio, a brand new furniture studio, but I can't fit that all in one lecture, so I'll just show you some of our Jewelry Metal Arts Studio, where we celebrate new technology. We have multiple welders. We have a pulse arc welder and a laser welder. We use 3D printing. We use a system called Matrix Gold that students have access to. Some students use Rhino, some students use Fusion 360, some students use Maya and other things. But the Matrix Gold is a really powerful program that uses parametric design. So what I mean by that is you can design a ring and then say, I want to have a 5-carat oval stone, and it'll just change the design for you, so you don't have to restart the whole design from scratch. We use that in combination with traditional casting and traditional technology as well. So we have centrifugal casting, vacuum casting. This is our main studio, professional jeweler's benches with soldering stations in between each section. We still have our hammer room with lots of stakes and hammers. One of the things I'm proud about is our dedication to environmental sustainability. So we are very dedicated, both in our curriculum and our studio access and our studio operations, for environmental sustainability. This is one of the major accomplishments that we have. We make our own oxygen. So these gray machines pull the oxygen and refine the oxygen from the atmosphere, and it distills it down into the green tank. So we no longer have to buy oxygen for our main classroom. That saves on the carbon footprint of filling and refilling and moving those tanks all over the world. Do I have a picture of, maybe in this one, the blue machine against the wall? That's a gas booster. So what we also do is we take the city gas, we increase the pressure so we could use it for casting or welding or soldering. And again, eliminating any standing tanks of acetylene or propane. It's safer, it's cheaper. The city gas burns more clean than other kinds of gas as well. We've transformed a simple thing that we can all do is, instead of using sodium bisulfate, is just use citric acid. You can get it at the health food store. It's 80%, 8 to 2, 80% water, 2%, 80% water, 20% citric acid, which is great. We've also eliminated acid etching. So we do only galvanic etching, which is an electrical process that etches away the metal, works with all metals, and is safer. There's almost no waste. The material makes more of itself that can be filtered out with just a coffee filter. What I mean by what it makes more of itself is the copper oxides leach into the distilled water, and it makes a stronger solution of the cupric solution and can just be watered down. This is a list of some of the environmental sustainability things that we've done in the studio. I've talked about many of them, but purchasing recycled and fair mined gold is something that we are trying to do regularly. We're teaching students how to recycle their own materials, so recycling silver, recycling gold. I've been teaching my students how to alloy shibuishi and bronze, so we can use our scrap metal to make metal for casting. Okay, switch, do I still have time? Yeah. Switch gears a little bit into what I've been doing the last year or so. So I've had the real privilege of going to a couple of artists in residencies, and this has been really valuable to me because it's allowed me to re-engage with my studio practice again, and it's been very encouraging. So Aramont, the School of Crafts, invited me to be part of their Pentaculum residency, and I was able to make this necklace, which is outside. You can take a peek. Part of the reason why I made this necklace is because my materials never showed up. The US mail never showed my materials, so I went out in the garden area and picked up sticks and just made do with what I had with some of the materials from the store and a box of stones and things that I brought with me last minute. Haystack is an amazing place if you're not familiar with it. It has, as does Aramont, has workshops and amazing opportunities for artists to develop work. And I've been there a couple of times over the last few years, and I was very inspired by the landscape. It's on an island in Maine, and that intersection of the water, the forest, and these architectural structures really inspired me to do this work. And this piece, I think I'm gonna just talk briefly about this piece. This is the most recent piece I finished. I did this over the summer for a show in New York. It's kind of bringing back in my interest in clay, metal, and sculpture. I have these pieces that are sticking up are actually furniture legs that I glued to this ceramic base. And the cast metal pieces honor important people in the ceramic world. There's a cast piece of Nancy Selvins, who's a ceramic artist, that I integrated in here. There's bracelets that Viola Fry, who was a teacher of mine many years ago and an icon in the ceramics world, a casting of two of her bracelets that are integrated in here. And then also a casting of a dear friend of mine, Kari Marbo, who passed away in a tragic accident, who was just a rising ceramic star as she died. And so this combines together and honors all those people in this piece in an abstract way, similar to the way the piece I made about my father's story. So different ways of honoring tradition, different ways of honoring people, different ways of telling a story. And then I'll just leave you with some of my student work. So this is work from the Jewelry Metal Arts students. You can see the variety of work. Some students work more in industry, as the student in the far left. Other students are doing performance. Other students are doing mixed media. Galen Boone, who has the amazing performance piece to the top right, she's celebrating non-binary bodies with her work. So we really encourage students to find their own voice, their own cultures, and integrate them into the work that they're doing. So just as a wrap up, I think I'm okay on time. Reminding you of the sustainability tenets. And as I said in the beginning, sometimes one takes priority over the other. As I make decisions as a leader, as I make decisions as a person, sometimes I have to prioritize my economic and professional sustainability over my emotional sustainability. Sometimes I want to honor my cultural sustainability over my economic sustainability. And so it's kind of a ladder and a dance that I do to make decisions in the many places I have to make decisions for. So reminder, economic and professional sustainability, sustaining a professional and financial practice. Cultural sustainability, sustaining and honoring traditional and non-traditional cultures and identities. Social sustainability, sustaining relationships with people, communities, societies, supporting social justice. Emotional, personal sustainability, sustaining emotional and physical health, and environmental sustainability. Earth health, ecosystems, and the way living and non-living things function together. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer questions if people have questions. I think we have like 15 minutes-ish. Is that right?
We have an online question while Lynn is walking up. Zach from Portland, Oregon is asking, have you ever incorporated origami into your metalwork?
No. That's, I think the origami work is embedded in the way I do the metalwork. All of that work that I did as a child informed how to take flat sheet and make dimension with it. And some necklaces and earrings that I don't have in this presentation are inspired form-wise by it. But I've never incorporated actual paper into my work. That might be something to think about. Yeah, absolutely. More questions?
I'm curious how you responded to the contrast between Arrowmont, which is an amazing place, and Gatlinburg, which is like the antithesis of sustainability.
Yeah, that was my first time there, and it was fascinating to me. It was culturally fascinating because I haven't spent really any time in the South before. So, and it's a different place. I'm not sure how to answer that actually, but it was eye-opening to me. And I think that the conversations that we had in that closed group in the session were around equity, diversity, and inclusion and sustainability. But I was very curious to know about the way the rest of the area thought about that. It was for Pentaculum, and it was particularly a queer-forward group, and we definitely got stared at as we walked through the town and held firm, and it wasn't a problem. There were some side comments about things, but it was a reality check for me actually, living in San Francisco Bay Area and being in my bubble of safety. It was interesting. Yeah. More questions? I can't. There's a hand up in the back, I think. Oh. Go ahead.
Hi, I would like it if you would say a little bit more about Nick Dong. It seems like you're very connected on a psychological healing with him, and could you say just a little more about that, please?
Yeah, so Nick Dong is a friend of mine. I think we met at a SNAG conference, actually, 1,000,000 years ago. We graduated graduate school right around the same time, and he also lives in the Bay Area. He's an amazing metal worker and mostly does installation and sculpture and interactive work. And we've just remained friends for the last almost 30 years. And so we talk to each other not as frequently as either of us would like, but definitely inspire each other. And he's enabled me to join that project at the YBCA. And in our early days, many, many years ago in San Francisco, we worked on projects together at a place called Gallery Flux, where we did these bizarre queer-forward performances that caused a ruckus in the Castro, and were pretty things I wouldn't do today, but I'm glad they weren't recorded. But were really important to push things out there. Yeah, so he's a friend and a colleague and a intellectual friend, and it's important for all of us to have our people that we can go to when we need advice, when we want inspiration, and when we are confused, when we maybe want support professionally. It's especially for those of you who are students, you are developing that tribe of people now, and hold on to that and nurture that, because that's how you succeed. I can't succeed without all the colleagues and all the amazing people that I'm connected to. And for guilds like this is a ripe opportunity for you to all meet amazing people. So yeah, he's part of my artistic kind of circle.
Oh, hi. I was curious if you could share a little bit more about your creative and fabrication processes and how you approach your work. Are there any techniques that you particularly find yourself coming back to, or how you kind of approach an idea when you have one?
I would say I have 3 main ways that I work. The client-based work, I always do a drawing, and it's very much led by the client. And so I'm trying to figure out what they want, even if they can't fully tell me, and deliver on that. With other work, the idea or the emotion is most important. So that work, like my brooch and some of the pieces out there, are more start with a sketch or an emotion. And then now I have the capacity where I don't have to think too much technically about how I need to make something. So I can just start. When I was beginning, I would have to plan everything out because, as you all know, in metalsmithing, if you do something out of order, you're just screwed. Fortunately, now I can do that more intuitively. And so usually what I do is I get to a one point and then I stop and then I use that as a thinking point where I redesign. So I'm somebody, actually Nick is really amazing because he can think and build simultaneously. I'm someone where if I am thinking about the concept and building, I get distracted and I can't do anything. So I have to like think and research and then shut that side of my brain off, and that goes in my unconscious. And then I build without consciously thinking, and then I step back and then I reinsert and like put my critical eye on what I'm doing, and then step back again, and then re-engage in the flow. Oh, something I forgot to mention is flow. Flow is really important to me. I'm addicted to that flow, that space where time disappears, where you don't understand what is happening fully, where you're so immersed in the moment that nothing else is there. And it's such a fragile space because as soon as you are aware that you're in flow, it goes away. You can't really prepare for flow. You can't like force yourself to be in flow. You can just set up certain things to make flow happen. And I'm addicted to that, like that weird space. And that's why I like metalsmithing and ceramics and yoga and cooking. Those are all things where you can get in the flow or the groove of something. I rarely now sketch out a whole thing, but that is a good tool when you're learning. Lately, a lot of the work I'm doing is very intuitive, so I can be in that flow. Yeah. Technically, I didn't talk anything, but I love soldering. I hated it's because of the flow, yeah. I only started liking sawing like 3 years ago. For my whole, career, I hated sawing. When I had student assistants or assistants, I would make them do all my sawing. But now I just love sawing. I think just as I'm, reaching 50, that patience has just developed over the last half century. So, yeah.
Hello. I have for years been trying to find out how to hook up my natural gas for a home gas replacer. And also I'm fascinated by the oxygen generator.
Yeah.
Do you have any recommendations or any published documents for how to do that?
I can give that to the Guild. I can give some of that information to the Guild.
That'd be wonderful.
One of the smaller gas boosters, I want to say are like $5,000. So it's an investment for sure. Mm-hmm. But if you are not using it for welding or other higher pressure needs, there might be a way to just use your regular gas. And then the oxygen concentrators, we have a huge system. I think it was like $20,000 or something. But you can just get one of those gray machines. It was initially designed for glass blowers. And we have borrowed that same system for metalsmithing, and it's working fantastic, really fantastic. Yeah, I can pass off some information to the Guild so you can have that.
How much for one?
I don't know. I don't know.
The oxygen concentrators, they're very expensive new, but you can find them used for non-medical use it's more since COVID because they all got purchased up. But if you look up borosilicate glass blowing, setups that you can get the tank, very small home setup, inexpensive pressure tank, a whip, and an oxygen concentrator. We were picking them up in 2019 for maybe $250.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Cool.
And everybody's going to get the link to the recording from the whole day, even if you're in person, and we'll make sure that this information that Curtis shares is in that same email. We do have a question from online. Actually, it's from Isaac, who is an SMG member, but joining us all the way from Belgium right now. So,
Welcome.
is there one studio practice you want to make more green, but you haven't figured out a way to do that yet?
Recycled base metals. It's just been a problem.
Outside of a vacuum, yeah.
Yeah, that would be amazing if we could have recycled base metals, copper, brass, nickel, because right now it's a combination of newly mined and recycled just all dumped together. But that's a heavy lift. I think that's on a lot of our minds in that world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other online questions, Kristen? No. All right. I think we are done. Oh, one in front of me. I'm coming.
You have a remarkable pendant out there, that craftsmanship, the execution, it's just extraordinary. It also has an incredible black patina on it, and I'm wondering how you get that incredible rich black patina on their textured surfaces there.
It's liver sulfur. Liver sulfur in very hot water, dunking, whether it be copper or silver, wear gloves, hot liver sulfur, not too strong, dunk, and then I have a brass brush, not your nice brass brush, but one that's used up a little bit. Brass brush and dip, brass brush and dip, brass brush and dip. And then generally that's it. Sometimes I'll put a coat of wax on it to seal it, but oftentimes I'll leave the wax out.
So, question over here. In terms of sustainability and recycling, I see you use a lot of enamel. So how do you have a way to recycle those pieces that have enamel? Like I have a lot of just samples and I'm like, what do I do with this? So have you figured out a way to recycle your enamel?
Yeah, the enamel is challenging. That's one of the things that at school, in my personal studio, I am egregious at the enamel work. I must be honest. I don't do a lot of it, and I don't have a good capturing system for the enamel waste. But at CCA, we have a sink specifically for enamel. And so any enamels that are ground or rinsed or sanded are at this recirculating sink. And that recirculating sink captures any dust, any residue of enamel, and stores it in a bucket. And then we have a hazardous waste company that comes and takes and disposes of that properly. We've thought about using and recycling that to make like a ceramic glaze or other things, but the people energy in trying to develop that is too intense right now. So, but the enamel is a hard thing. That's one of the things that I have a little bit of priority of overusing it sometimes, but not often, so I can still get the look that I want. Yeah, I do not use leaded enamels, so it also is just partially more healthy for the environment and people.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. We're so delighted.
Thank you so much.
All right. Welcome back. I'm grateful that everybody made it to and from wherever you were going, because I gave you such colossally bad directions to the atrium. So welcome back. This is the second half, or slightly larger than half, of the symposium, and I just want to say that we are missing Mickey Lippy today, who unfortunately had been exposed to COVID and so decided to stay out of the group today. But just really important to recognize Mickey, who has been such a tremendous force in the symposium, in the Seattle Metals Guild, as an original organizer of the Guild. And so we're sorry to be missing her here today, but I will be doing the introduction to Ellen Revere in her stead. So Ellen Revere walks two paths through the jewelry world. One as a designer, and I'm sorry, I'm seeing Leah's slide down here. I'm not sure if that's, okay, we're good. Okay. One as designer and the other as a renowned American jewelry educator. Entwined through his life are a range of additional experiences that also influence his work. Alan earned academic degrees in psychology and art, participated in the cultural shift of Woodstock, and pursued formal goldsmith training in Pforzheim, Germany. These points connected in the design of a signature line of award-winning jewelry which sold in stores and galleries around the world. Beyond the bench, he shared his passion for jewelry as a teacher, founding the Revere Academy of Jewelry Arts in San Francisco. From 1979 to 2017, he and his staff trained thousands of students, many of whom have continued this lineage of making, teaching, and connecting communities through jewelry and metalsmithing around the world. This reach was further expanded online through Alan's Facebook group, Let's Make Professional Jewelry, which includes over 24,000 people from over 158 countries. Participants there engage with projects and processes that derive from Alan's book, Professional Jewelry Making. Alan was recognized at a young age for his, quote, original ideas, which he carries out carefully, independently, and very successfully. This combination of instincts and skills have served him well. Now, with his deep understanding of the field and his broad influence on the contemporary jewelry field, Alan is revered as a master's master. I'd like to welcome Alan Revere.
Alan, you can unmute, and we're ready for you.
Okay.
Getting lots of applause right here in the audience.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you for inviting me. Actually, the thank yous are easy. I just need to say thank you, Kristen, Kristen, and Kristen. And so it's a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry that I'm not with you all in person. It sounds like a fantastic symposium with a lot of old friends. And thank you for inviting me. Sorry to miss the conference. My talk is really a review of my journey. And as you'll see, I am a man of my times, and I reflect what was going on around me. And so I think everything is working. Is that right? Can I get a...
Yep, you're good to go. Sorry, I was muted.
Thanks. Okay, well, I think I'm going to go to the next image here. Let me see if I can do that. Yeah, I come from a family of artistic people. My mother painted all the time. I have a grandfather who was a sculptor in the later part of his life. My dear nephew is a painter. And so at an early age, I was interested in art, as you can tell from the quote from my 5th grade teacher when I was 9. This is a piece that I made a little bit later. I was in my early teens. I had seen Picasso's painting of 3 musicians, and I don't know how, but I transformed it, transposed it into this interesting composition. And when I got to college, I studied psychology, but I always took classes in art and took it really seriously and made some interesting pieces. I started to work in 3 dimensions in sculpture. And I think my work reflects my times as I look at it now. So I graduated in the spring of 1969 from the University of Virginia with a bachelor's degree in psychology and art. It was a very challenging time to grow up. And I'm going to show a couple of images that they're not so pleasant, but they're a reflection of what was going on in my world. It was horrific. I had friends who were devastated. Their lives were ruined by the war experience. I was a protester. I marched on Washington, and I did everything I could to stay out of the war. I was a draft dodger, I guess you would say. And so that summer after college, I was living with my dad in Greenwich Village and saving money to go to law school. I had enrolled in law school because everybody said law school is the logical extension of a liberal arts education. And I didn't know what to do. But all of a sudden, at the end of the summer, my pot dealer said, hey, there's going to be this festival up in Woodstock. Do you want to go? I didn't know. And so I went to Woodstock. And it changed my life. I was not so much into the music. I was just into the crowd. 450 of my best friends were sitting there. And I actually hung out a little on the side. This is an area called where the hog farm behind the hill. There was a practice band, and you can see me in this image, which comes from the museum at Bethel Woods. That's me, not the one standing up, the one in the lower right corner with the blue shirt. That is my back, and that's my buddy Bill in the white hat right next to me. And for my generation and for me, Woodstock changed everything. To be with 450,000 people who felt the same way about what was going on was extremely empowering. And it was also a time of huge transition for us. Everything changed. When I got there, I was intending to go to law school, and I didn't go to law school. I changed my mind. These are some drawings that I did at the time. It was very challenging, very confusing. Luckily, my father supported me in my resistance to the war. I had this feeling that I needed to go somewhere, that I needed to get into some sort of vehicle and travel to another land. So this is me in Mexico, and I was on my way to San Miguel de Allende, to the Instituto Allende, to get a master's degree in fine arts. And I didn't know why I was going there. I just knew that I wasn't going to go into war. That was out of the question. And so I started studying there. I did some drawing. I made some sculptures in various materials. This is carved in stone. It's called Madonna with a Sliding Pucker. Worked in wood, and started to make jewelry. Right then, at the beginning, this is the first piece of jewelry that I ever made. It was, I guess it was a pendant or a bookmark, but it changed my life. And this image I looked at, what was going on was electricity was flying out of my brain. Just these unbelievable possibilities that I could create something beautiful with my own hands out of precious materials was exhilarating. It was transformative. It opened up doors. I knew this is what I wanted to do. I didn't know where it was headed, but I knew I wanted to work with metal. I had always loved metal. I call myself a metal man. And this was at the beginning. Those are all my tools, all of my pliers, and my two hammers on the right. You can see one's a regular hammer and one's a wrench. that I used as a hammer because it worked. I'm sitting at a bench that was made for Harold O'Connor because I met him and saw his work and was totally captivated by it. And he made 2 benches and I got one of them. And he had a huge influence on my life. So here's some early pieces. Now you have to keep in mind that when I started, gold was $37 an ounce. Silver was $1.70 an ounce. And within a year, the price of metals shot up. Gold was $70 an ounce. And I remember talking to one fellow who had a jewelry store, and he said he'd have to close up shop because nobody would buy gold jewelry when the price was $70 an ounce. And today it's $3,800 an ounce for gold and going up daily, and silver is cresting at $48 an ounce right now. Everything's changed. I experimented with all kinds of jewelry. The top bone is a pelican wing bone, and the 3 lower pieces are goat's ribs. My studio was evolved. I got a few more pairs of pliers, as you can see. And you can see on the left, there's an array of my jewelry waiting for an exhibition. And Harold O'Connor showed me how to make a box ring. And I just thought, man, that is so cool. So I made this with an opal and a gold bead. It's called Sunrise Over the Pyramid. Simple pieces. This is my graduate work display. While I was there, I probably learned more from this book than I did from the instructor. I read this book backwards and forwards, so I could tell you any page what was on it. I just devoured it. And there were 2 images that really captivated me. And this was one of them. This is by Klaus Ulrich. And the other was this one from the book. And I thought, gee, that's really cool. Look how rough and primitive, but yet well balanced this was. And why I found out that these 2 men were at the school where Harold O'Connor had attended, and in Pforzheim, Germany. So I applied to the school, and I was accepted, and got on a plane and flew from Mexico to Germany, completely different cultures. And I arrived at this is the Fachhochschule für Gestaltung, translates as a special high school for design. It's now a college of design. There were 3 or 4 different departments. There was printmaking, photography, and a few other things, but jewelry was really the biggest draw here. The school was 100 years old and had both Klaus Ulrich and Reinhold Reiling as the 2 very prominent professors. And I'm just going to give you a second. I'll read this. Bauhaus design is a rational, minimalist style prioritizing form following function. Clean lines and simple geometric shapes like circles, squares, and triangles with little or no ornamentation. The Bauhaus movement, founded in the early 20th century Germany, sought to unite art, craft, and industry to create accessible, functional designs that could be mass-produced for societal benefit. And I didn't really know that at the time, but it was definitely a Bauhaus orientation. This was Professor Reiling, who was very prominent in the field, and one of my instructor actually was me playing with some models in Ryan Eiling's class, which was 18 hours a week of jewelry design, some early drawings, really reflecting the Bauhaus influence of simplicity and form following function and fun. Piece I made. I've always been captivated by both movement and reflections, and you'll see that in some of my pieces. This was really my mentor. I was lucky enough to study with Professor Reiling and work for Klaus Ulrich. I made this piece for him. I really want to mention also that I skipped over it, that when I got to the school in Pforzheim, I had applied from Mexico. So I filled out all the forms in German and traveled across the ocean, got there, got in line on enrollment day. And when I got to the front of the line, a woman, very stern looking German woman, starts speaking to me in German. And I had to stop her and say, I don't know German yet. Please, can you speak in English? And she just got livid and felt that I had cheated by applying in German. And I said, no, of course I would fill out your forms in German. And she wasn't going to let me in. And then Sharon Cranston was behind me in line. I didn't know him. He tapped me on the shoulder and he said, let me speak with her. So he stepped forward and he evidently explained to her that we were good friends and I was going to take all the same classes and he would translate for me until I learned German. So I want to thank Sharon. Sharon, I would not be where I am today if you hadn't been behind me and stepped in. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. After my stint in Pforzheim for 2 years, I relocated to my dream city, everybody's dream city, San Francisco. It's a beautiful city that attracts a lot of very creative energy. And I started making jewelry. I wasn't sure why or if I had a market, but as I said, I've been captivated by movement. And so I made things that move. This is just a simple folded form with a diamond that slides back and forth. And another one with constructed with rivets, very Bauhaus in that it's constructed from simple forms, no ornamentation. Form follows function. A ring I made with a hidden diamond, a rough diamond, and you stuffed it in there and then put it on your finger and you could rattle it around. You could hear the diamond, but you couldn't see it. Started making things that I thought would sell. These are some button rings. This is a ring that I made with mercury. Also very simple forms. It's stainless steel. That's a plexiglass capsule that I made and capped on the ends with green gold and the green gold cap on the top with silver rivets. I was lucky. Somebody saw my pieces, and the next thing I know, I was in the news, the Sunday Peninsula Herald. This is from the Monterey area. And I had an exhibition. The piece on the left actually won an award in Germany. It's a ring that has ebony on one side. I'm going to call it bone on the other side. And you could slide it back and forth. And depending on your mood, you would have a black or a white top to the ring. The one in the middle has a ball bearing and the cylinder area spins. I learned to draw things. I learned that it was very, very advantageous to conceive of what you're making before you make it. Because as you know, in constructing jewelry, making jewelry, you need to think through the steps and the order of operations. I think Curtis mentioned that. I learned you think of things forward and then backwards. And so that's essential. in making jewelry. I started to work in plexiglass, which was just coming into vogue. And then I had an exhibition at the California College of Arts and Crafts where I was teaching at the time. And this was in the San Francisco Examiner or the Chronicle. I had a fever of 102 in this image on the left, setting up the show. I was sick. But the show was a success. I've always sold everything that I've made. I've always found a market for it. And but I didn't want to make things that other people made. I'm very resistant to copying. I certainly can be influenced by others, but what I make, I felt was original. And so I started making jewelry to sell to stores. Let me see, right here. Yeah. And jewelry that was simple, but, you know, had something going on. And I hired a few people, trained them, and we had a small group of people who were making my designs. I worked out everything beforehand, although everything changed as you develop it. Made lots of models, lots of sketches. First, I started making rings because I really liked rings, and I like lapis a lot. And the idea of inlaying lapis into gold, I found very attractive and appealing. But I also found that people don't buy rings very much. Rings are very special, and they think about it a lot. Plus, they have to fit, and not only that, they have to fit when people change their ring size because they've aged and eaten more, eaten less. So I played around. This is a piece that spins around. It's rutilated quartz, which is also one of my favorite gems. Simple gold. The ring on the right is I call it a magnifying glass because it swivels around on top of the finger. Then I started showing my work at the ACC crafts fairs in San Francisco. And I built a booth that was a little unusual in that it didn't have a counter. It had showcases. And so people came in, it was like a museum, and they were looking in these shadow boxes. And in the shadow boxes were displays that moved so that the jewelry that was movable, that was kinetic, you could see what it did with motion. And again, I sold everything. People just liked my work. This is one of the most successful designs I came up with. So simple. Ooh, one of my absolute favorite pieces. You put it on from the back, and the post, the ear wire, is a key part of the design. I trained my team how to make jewelry, and we tried making bracelets and necklaces, but we settled in. These are bracelets that were intended for men, and I discovered men don't buy jewelry. You know, even I wore one. I thought they were masculine, but the market for men's jewelry at that time was very limited. Simple forms, sterling silver, 14 karat gold. And then I discovered pearls. I love pearls. I love pearls because you can make them the center of the design, or they could be just an accent piece, or they can be combined. This is a brooch, also an earring that's reflective, that distorts the shape of the pearls, which I thought was pretty cool. This is a pair of earrings There's one strand of pearls going up the middle, but it's reflected on the left and the right by mirrored gold that's positioned just right. This pair of earrings is in the Oakland Museum, the California Crafts Collection, the same museum that you saw in Curtis's presentation. Simple. Pagoda. Everything I make has a name, and the name is kind of obvious from the form, so it's easy to remember. This pair of earrings won third place in the International Pearl Design Competition in Japan. It was the highest non-Japanese prize that was awarded. This also won a prize in Hawaii, the Paragon Award. This pair of earrings actually looks much, much better on than it does right here. The title of this piece is Highlight. You cannot see how the pearls are affixed, no matter where you look. It's hidden. Another award-winning piece called Confetti. Everything just moves. This is me with my team in the mid-'80s. Then I started working with niobium. The reactive metals were just coming into fashion. People were working mostly in titanium. The two other reactive metals are niobium and tantalum. And I resisted working in titanium because, number one, everybody else was. And the other is it's not really that friendly a metal. It's pretty stiff. And niobium is heavier, denser, costs more, really works a lot like silver. And you can color it, as you probably know, by passing an electric current through it and controlling the voltage. I was combining 14 karat gold and niobium, which nobody was doing. There's one other person at the show who was kind of experimenting with it. I really jumped in, and I found a market for it. This is an award-winning piece. It's platinum with niobium pair of earrings. It won the National Jeweler Magazine Award. It was on the cover. And here I am with a group of other jewelers who, let's see, is there anybody you might know here? Maybe not. That's Carrie Adele right in the middle. And I started darkening the silver. I thought it was much more dramatic. Sterling silver and 14 karat gold, waffle earrings, folded taco earrings. I cast a few pieces, embellished them with gold, and made these pendants. But they were very masculine, kind of massive, heavy. This square bondage. Amazon. That's the name of this piece. The Amazon River was the inspiration. Did promotion for the shows. Did about 100 craft shows, and that combined with jewelry shows. I slipped over into the jewelry market Jewelers International, JA shows, and then the JCK show that moved to Las Vegas. And I'd set up my stand and sell out. I mean, I kept track of how many things I was making for each week, and we got to the end, and there was no more room for orders. I won a few prizes along the way. I'm part of the American Jewelry Design Council, and I'm going to read the mission statement. Essential to every culture, art is the vehicle for expressing emotions and ideas in a personal and creative manner. The American Jewelry Design Council is a nonprofit educational corporation which recognizes and promotes the appreciation of original jewelry design as art. This is a group with about 50 members. Most of them are rather high profile, successful, professional, commercial jewelry designers. Names you might know, George Sawyer, Michael Good, David Yurman was a member, Robert Lee Morris. And the organization is very vibrant. The president of the organization now is Tim McClelland. I was president. And the organization does three things. It has an annual design project, and I'm going to show you some of that work. And there's a retreat every year. A few weeks ago, the retreat was in Toronto, and also participates in all kinds of activities, educational activities, to promote jewelry design to the next generation. And so every year there's a theme. Oh, before that, here's the group. That tallest man toward the left is Albert Paley. Michael Good is right next to him. I'm all the way on the left, and this is at his studio near Rochester, New York. So there's a theme every year, and the members are invited to make a piece. It's not a competition, it's an exhibition, but it stimulates each of us, and me in particular, to make something that's not intended for sale. It's intended to be art, just for its appreciation. So I made this. The themes are the words in italics below the title. Mona Lisa was the theme. We were each given an image of Mona Lisa and said, told to adorn it. It was the first year. Nobody really knew what was going on. I gave Mona a nose ring. I'm not sure if you can see it there. The next year, we were each given a 1-inch cube of jade, black jade, and said, make something with it. Puzzle. What are you going to do? I saw this little toy made out of wood and copied it in silver. There's an elastic cord that holds all the pieces together, and you can do really fun things with it, make it into fun shapes. Water. What are you going to do? You got nearly a year to make a piece. So I found this piece of anhydro quartz up at the top there. Anhydro quartz means that there's a trapped bubble or compartment that had water, sand, and air in it. And so when you move it back and forth, that bubble moves. Flight. I made a ring that you can really take off in. It has a ball bearing under that diamond that's set upside down, 14 karat rose gold petals or propeller, and carved 18 karat ring with an interior that's platinum with diamonds, like the sky full of stars. Peekaboo. So I made a keyhole. It's a ring, and It has a lens carved by Michael Diber that's both concave and convex. It both magnifies and magnifies at the same time, as you can see the word peekaboo behind it. And at that point, I was taking over the display of our work at the trade shows, and I thought, well, peekaboo, I've got to make it a little bit more interactive than just looking at things. So I put a veil, a little curtain over each of the display windows. You couldn't see what was in it unless you lifted the veil. That's Cindy Edelstein, a key player in creative jewelry at that time. Fold. I got a corrugator and I corrugated some 18 karat gold, and next thing I knew, it was kind of had this leaf kind of form, and I riveted it together with red gold trapping platinum tube with diamonds on the ends. Probably my favorite piece of everything that I've made. And the thing about this AJDC annual project was I really got into it. It drew out the best in me. And I have no doubt that my best work is in this collection. 2005, the theme was pyramid, and I had just been to Machu Picchu. And for some reason, I did something which, of course, you're not supposed to do. I put that pebble that's at the top in my pocket at Machu Picchu, brought it back. I had no idea what it was for, what I was going to use. Next thing I know, I'm making this ring that looks like one of the pyramids at Machu Picchu, and I put that stone on top. Secret treasure was the theme, and I made a ring where the diamonds were on the inside. They touched the skin, but you couldn't see them. You could get a glimpse of them from the outside. All of this work is in 18 karat gold. I made it all. I set the stones. People are like, how did you set those stones in there? Well, I set the stones in the tubes, and then I soldered the tubes into the ring, because with diamonds, you can heat them up that hot. So there was no setting after the ring was made. It was all done beforehand. And Secret Treasure wound up on the cover of our book by Cindy Edelstein and her husband, Frank, put out by Lark. That's a piece by Kent Ribley, Secret Treasure. As I said, I was managing the displays, going to shows. I love that. I didn't realize how much I really enjoy arranging things. Here's a sketch and a model for the next piece. The theme was tension, and 2008, I made a ring with a screw that tightens onto the finger, and a ruby goes into the finger, and pearls adorn the faucet. Kaboom. Rubies. More displays. Another anhydro quartz. The theme was ice. Also one of my favorites. This is a 3-finger ring. It's very simple. It's got just a little strip of silver and a whole bunch of little pearls, which are properly set on posts. I cut the stone. I went all out on this one. This is larger than you might think. It's about 4 inches across. I cut the stones. It's got corrugation, reticulation, granulation, kumbu. The bottom right that's mercury fire gilding, and with the American Jewelry Design Council logo in the center. The theme was connection. That's I'm not sure if you see the 2 profiles facing each other. And the diamond from Hearts on Fire is at our heart chakras, which meet in the middle. Waves of energy between us transform into flames of ecstasy. Another three-finger sculpture, really. You can put your hand in it. You can wear it. And the gold wire is a spring, and it's very sensitive to any sort of vibration or movement. This is the next one, which hasn't even been published. Shadow is the theme. I made this. It's a cuff. It's pretty large, very simple, just one piece of silver. I was given an award, the Benny Award from the American Jewelry Design Council for a lifetime achievement. Piece is beautiful. It's made by Michael Bondanza. It's bronze with the earth twisting and terminating at the United States, a diamond at San Francisco. It's a beautiful piece. I've spent a lot of time teaching people, training people, and for 40 years I operated the Revere Academy of Jewelry Arts, mostly in this building, in dead center, the second floor down on the corner. That was my office right there. And you can see the two areas of windows beside it. One was the workroom, one was the two classrooms, right in downtown San Francisco. We had offered about 40 classes each semester as part of our graduate jeweler and jewelry technician programs. The school was authorized by the state of California as a professional trade school. That is Lauren Ramirez peeking right over me with a glint in her eye. She owns a store in Raleigh, North Carolina. A lot of these people are still working in the field. We had a master symposium every year with prominent people who came. This is Thomas Mann. And the 30th anniversary in 2009, our highlight teachers were David German, Bernd Munsteiner, and Michael Good. It was the first time and only time that either David or Bernd ever taught a class formally. A lot of these people are still working in jewelry. I know that. Oh, this is the entry to the school, classroom on the left, behind the window, offices to the right. This, I closed the school in 2017 after 39 years, and I stopped teaching then. And over the years, I taught at a few different places. This is a class that I taught in Taiwan on jewelry design. Jewelry design is something that is widely overlooked. Everybody focuses on the technique of making stuff, and they think, oh, well, I'll just make whatever comes up, or, oh, it really doesn't matter, or design really doesn't matter, or, you know, either you're a designer or you're not. Well, no, that's not true. Design is just another skill, just like hammering or filing, and it's not difficult to master. It has rules, and it opens up huge doors of opportunity. I taught in Bangkok. And Burning Man. Me with my silver coat and my gold bike. That's me at Burning Man, showing people how to make a pendant with inlaid colored sand. I wrote a few books along the way. Had a lot of fun doing that. And a series of videos that are available called Revere on Jewelry Making, set of 8 projects. I developed some tools, both pliers and hammers. And the key part of these tools is the grip, the interface between the hand and the metal. And as mentioned, I currently have a group on Facebook. It's now no longer 28,000. We are just shy of 40,000 members in 175 countries. Every 3 weeks, we take on a new project from my book, which takes a year to accomplish. And people get a diploma at the end. So that's pretty much what I have to say. This is how to reach me. My email and my 2 websites. The one on the left is a website about me, and the one on the right is a website for where jewelry is available for purchase. And so I am done right then and there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alan. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but you're getting tons of applause on in person here.
Thank you very much. And I think you can see my studio behind me, my bench, and a few tools and odds and ends.
We also see the drinking bird bobbing back and forth.
And movement. I love mechanical things. It's metal and glass. So anybody has any questions?
Yeah, we have a couple of minutes left for questions. Does anybody have any questions for Alan? In a moment, you'll hear the question being voiced aloud by the asker.
Great.
Hi, I was curious about your process for mercury gilding that you mentioned in one of the pieces you showed.
Yeah, mercury fire gilding is fascinating. It's you shouldn't take it lightly because you're dealing with mercury. And what you basically do is you take fine gold, make it into very small particles with a file, and then put it in mercury. And the thing that happens is that a solid melts into a liquid at any temperature. And so gold and mercury combined into, it's not an alloy, and the mercury carries the gold, and then you can apply the mercury to the piece and heat it. The mercury evaporates, depositing gold. Of course, that's the dangerous part. Touching mercury isn't really very dangerous at all. But when it's airborne, you don't want to inhale it. So I do this with a fan behind me, a fan in front of me, and it's fantastic what you can do. But make sure you're careful about it.
We have a question from actually our incoming president from the Portland, Oregon Metal Arts Guild. What are some of the challenges of working with niobium?
Not much. It really manipulates very much like silver, about the same hardness, same malleability. You color it by anodic oxidation, putting it into a bath with a voltage, an anode and a cathode, and just passing a current through it. And at 90 volts, it's a certain color. And at 100 volts, it's the next color. A lot of fun, easy to do. I really would suggest you get some and play with it.
Question. Thanks, by the way, for sharing information about your path. Now that you've closed the Revere Academy, is there any way that people can engage with learning from you? Like, do you teach somewhere?
Thank you for asking that. I retired 8 years ago, and just a few months ago, I started teaching privately in my studio here in the farmland of West Marin. And I'm going to just pop back on and show a couple of images. And I think I can do this. So I offer a jewelry design intensive weekend workshop, which is focused totally on the design of jewelry, not making it. And we spend time studying what the basic elements of design are, how to apply them, and how to really develop ideas based on different stimuli. This is the sunroom converted into the design workshop room. You can see it's out in the farmland there. I'm having another one of these coming up in a few weeks here in Marin. If anybody's interested, I think it's on the 25th and 26th. If you go to the website, Alan Revere Jewelry, there's a section there for classes. These are some drawings from my students. And I also teach privately, one-on-one, here in my studio, if anybody's interested. So aside from that, there's the Facebook group, which is really a lot of fun. You should all join that. Let's Make Professional Jewelry. Thank you for the question.
We have
Hi,
one
Ellen.
more from, oh, I'm sorry. We have one more from Portland, Oregon. The economics of metal have changed so much since you started. What advice would you give to independent jewelers trying to be economically successful or viable today? I think we're all wondering that question.
You know, that's the question I ask. Things have changed so much from when I started, but just from last year, silver's up like a third, gold's up nearly as much. Gold is barely affordable in small quantities. I don't know the answer. Personally, I don't like jewelry made out of non-precious metals, copper, brass, nickel. It's just not the same. It doesn't hold up the same. You don't have the same range of malleability and colors. So I would ask that question myself to anybody. You know, what's it going to look like in 3 or 4 years? I wish I could say, gee, no, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, and that'll be just great for jewelers. But I really honestly don't know. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen, and appreciate it.
Thank you for your honesty.
Alan, Sharon here. You probably have no idea how we talked about you in Pforzheim.
No, I didn't know anybody talked about me in Pforzheim.
Well, we did, especially in the class of Herr Bodner. You remember him?
Of course. My mentor.
As we were all sweating about all the assignments, you seem to have 2 right hands. And that's how we talked about you. And that's how I still think about you.
Oh,
So
wow.
now you know.
Thank you, Sharon. You're a very important part of my life's legend. I respect you very much for being a classmate and what you've done and how much you've brought to the jewelry community. So thank you, Sharon.
Alan, I think that's it for questions from our audience. I just want to give them another chance to give you a round of applause, and thank you so much for joining us.
What a great visit with a legend. Thanks for all your questions. We're going to move right on to our next speaker, and Leah Arapach will be introduced by our very own Maria Cristalli. Maria.
I am Maria Cristalli, and I'm a blacksmith. I used to be local, but I moved out of the city about 15 years ago. But today, I'm honored and nervous to introduce Leah Arapach. And I've wanted to meet her for a long time, so this was a great opportunity. I first came across her work. My friend Jorgen Harl was helping her build a forge. and they named it Baba Yaga's Forge. It's a Slavic cannibalistic witch that lives in a spooky house on chicken legs and runs around. You'll probably see pictures of it during Leah's talk. Baba Yaga is a powerful entity with connections to death, nature, and the underworld. She can serve as either a helpful mentor or terrifying obstacle to heroes in folklore, in folk tales, so it seemed really appropriate. I followed Leah on Instagram after seeing Jorgen help build the forge, and I was honestly blown away by her work. I found a world full of scary monsters, orchids with teeth, bug executions, which are all beautifully crafted with a lot of really fine detail. I really love the juxtaposition of her art. It's beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Leah's background is also interesting. She'll tell you more about that, but her childhood experience gave her insight into the mysterious and wondrous world of creatures. Basically, it was the perfect training ground for becoming the kind of sculptor she is today. And she will tell you about her history and how she got to where she is now. You can tell she's thought a lot about her work, but on top of it, her fabrication and forging skills are incredible. Really fine work, very fussy, and it looks very, very difficult to make. I still wonder how she made some of the pieces that she's made. And I'm really happy to see some of them up in person today. She has the rare gift of making a very hard material feel alive, and that's why her work is so captivating. So enjoy yourself, because we're about to step into the strange, wonderful, and sometimes toothy world of Leah Arapach.
Thank you for that amazing introduction, Maria. It's an absolute honor to be introduced by you. I've also been looking forward to meeting you, so this has been an incredible experience from start to finish. And I'd like to thank the Seattle Metals Guild for having me today, and all of you for being here. And it's just a real honor to be speaking amongst this caliber of artists. And I often get asked the question about my work. Most often I get asked, why? So I thought that it would be good for me to kind of start at the beginning and tell you guys a little bit about my background and where I come from. Pressing the button. Okay, there we go. I grew up in a tiny town in New York. It's called Montauk, and it is a fishing village with about 2,000 people. And more specifically, I grew up on this abandoned Air Force base that was miles outside of town, surrounded by miles of woods filled with swamps, and then also surrounded by ocean on 3 sides. This abandoned Air Force base was surrounded by decades of conspiracy theories and supernatural lore. And it eventually went on to be the inspiration for the TV show Stranger Things. So for those of you who haven't seen it, it's about monsters and interdimensional travel and secret government experimentation. So naturally, I spent my childhood playing in the abandoned buildings I was told to stay out of, intrigued by the dark and supernatural lore of the place. I was given a lot of freedom to explore the natural environment of Montauk as a kid. So when I wasn't traveling to alternate universes in the airbase, I was heading into the woods, looking for uncharted swamps to see what kind of creatures would emerge from the murk. And I found myself constantly looking for frogs and snakes and turtles and catching bugs. In case it's not clear, those are me. That's me as a child. Or I'd be on a boat exploring the Atlantic Ocean and fishing and conjuring creatures up from the deep. So it was an ideal place to grow up from the standpoint of a creature sculptor. I got to watch horseshoe crabs in their natural environment. Like I said, I got to catch a lot of creatures that came out of the swamps. And I got to dig clams out of the bay with my toes for dinner. So it was a great place to grow up, but my childhood was not without its dark undertones. I think I struggled a lot as a kid. I'm learning a little bit more about what that means, but they call us orchids, like clinical psychologists. It just means that you're a little bit more sensitive to your environment, a little bit more sensitive and deeper feeling, and so I've always found art to be a really positive way to process my emotions. And so by the time I was graduating high school, I knew that I wanted to go to art school. And I wound up at Savannah College of Art and Design. And my focus there was painting and drawing. And I really liked drawing and painting, but I felt like it was, I was struggling to find a creative egress into it. I could find a technical voice, but I was not finding my voice. So I found myself dabbling a little bit in sculpture while I was at SCAD, but I ultimately transferred to Academy of Art University after 3 years of being at SCAD. And at this time, I had already been welding a little bit in Savannah, and I knew that I was interested in that, and I was pretty stubborn and felt like painting was my identity, and I was having a hard time letting go of the time I had invested into that part of my education. But ultimately, by the time I got to Academy of Art University, I was lucky enough to have landed at a department where the director basically pulled me aside and explained to me that I was in fact a sculptor and I belonged in the sculpture department, and convinced me to basically put all of my efforts into that. And so I did decide to take that risk. I knew that I wanted to focus on metals, but I also took a lot of different classes outside of the welding studio, like these ceramic classes. So this is a trompe l'oeil boot that I did in a clay class with Margaret Keelan. And I also did a lot of classical figurative work while I was there as well. Beyond that, I was also taking jewelry classes. So I was learning a lot about moving metals, basic fabrication, chain making, and waxwork and casting. So the piece on the left is cast head and tail bronze, and then all of the jump rings. I don't know, in college we were made to make our own jump rings, so I had to make all the jump rings and then weave them together. And then on the right is a piece that's all hand-formed copper that's soldered, and the tail articulates. And so I feel like the work that I did in ceramics and jewelry both really strongly informed the way that I work with steel today. But at the time, when I was in the welding studio at Academy, I was really reluctant to step in front of the forge. There was a forge in the welding studio, but I was really all about fabrication. So I would take stock and chop it up and reconfigure it into these shrewd representations of animal skeletons. It's a lot of angle iron and hand railing that creates this piece, and then a ceramic head. And that trend would continue in art school, where I would put a ceramic component on the piece to add a level of sculpt that I couldn't achieve in steel. This is actually a portrait of our friend Peter that was one of the shop techs at the school. And I was also experimenting with a few different materials. So there's some leather introduced into this piece. But essentially, this is kind of where my steel work was at the time. So as I was graduating in 2012, I got teamed up with a MFA fashion designer and a textiles designer that were working together to build some garments for Fashion Week in New York. And they asked me to do a line of jewelry for them to accompany their garments. And these are two of the pieces that I built for that. And I think this was the first, just reflecting on it as I was looking at these pieces, which I don't often do, this is the first inception of like orchid-like lobes with these linear radiating patterns, and that's still a pretty powerful motif for me these days. This is another photo of one of the pieces that I did. This is a bronze handbag, and an image of it going down the runway. And I've got to say that supermodel was a champ to carry that thing, because it is definitely not light. She asked me if I had a second one so she could like balance on her 8-inch heels. It was definitely a challenging piece to build, but ultimately I'm glad I went through it. I built this whole crazy structure and then built a clay egg around it and just dipped it in molten wax until I made a shell and cut it off and hand stamped each scale of the snake in with a crushed brass tube. And it was incredibly time consuming and but also really gratifying, because I love extreme detail work like that. So I'm leaving Fashion Week. I am out of college. I don't have a job. I don't have a studio. And my plan was basically to find a commercial fabrication job where I could get paid to learn and to continue to hone my craft. After like bopping from, I had one shop in between, but ultimately landed at Brian Martin Metals, working for Brian Martin, who is, even to this day, one of the finest fabricators I've ever met in my life. He invested a lot of time into me, and we spent a lot of time working together, and he really helped shape me into the fabricator that I am today. His passion was pretty contagious. So at his shop, we built countless puzzles, furniture, lighting, architectural pieces. After a few years of working for him, I had built more tables, beds, chairs that I could count. And I started to get really curious about how far steel could get pushed and how organic you could essentially sculpt with it. And I was starting to suspect that you could essentially treat it like wax. And as these were some of the jewelry pieces I was making while I was working for Brian on the side. And the processes felt very similar to me. So I knew that it would be a matter of there being different tools involved, but my theory was that like you could essentially treat steel like wax. Brian, being the sculptor himself, was very enthusiastic and encouraged me to follow my curiosity. And he even carved space out of his shop for me to set up and start building my piece in there. And that's when I began my first major sculpture, which was this praying mantis. The sculpture took over 200 hours to build. I built it, eking it out a few hours at a time, nights and weekends around my full schedule as lead fabricator of Brian's shop. It took 9 months for me to create it, and my husband and I had to have some really difficult conversations around what it meant for me to spend my entire life in a metal shop and for us to never have weekends together. And we decided that in order, because I just couldn't not sculpt, that I was going to need to quit my job, and we were going to have to take that risk, and I was going to have to become a full-time sculptor and open my own shop. So we we took that plunge, and this was my first space. It was a tiny little space in a warehouse. It was like the perfect place to go from a commercial fabricator to developing your own professional practice, which is a really rough transition. And I got so much support there, and it was kind of the perfect amount of risk and space and expense. I really liked the space. There were a few other creatives there, but I was the only metalsmith there, so I think after a little while, I started getting pretty lonely because I had such an amazing community at art school, and I had an amazing community at Yosemite Place where Brian's shop was, and I started to feel really isolated and like I was working in a vacuum in the studio. But nonetheless, I carried on with my Executed Bug series in that space. So on the left, you have a wasp whose feet are encased in cement. And on the right is an orb-weaving spider that is tied to a Catherine wheel or a breaking wheel, which is a medieval execution device, essentially. I was about 27 at the time when I was building these pieces, and I was really starting to see the world more clearly. And for the first time, I was grappling with my own childhood trauma. And so I think feelings of humiliation and fear and powerlessness started to surface, and this theme of othering started weighing pretty heavily on me. So I think this series was a way that I was working through a lot of those feelings and emotions and realizations at the time. And at first, I stayed pretty faithful to the anatomy of the creatures I was building, but I started to, once I hit this guillotine piece, I started to kind of grab the wheel and pull it. And I designed this piece after a worm, a hammerhead planaria that I encountered when I was walking around in ruins in Vietnam. But I added a lot of spikes and teeth to essentially make it look more menacing. So this is where I'm starting to modify anatomy to kind of push the concept of fear and threat and so once I gave myself permission to alter the anatomy, I was finally ready to kind of start building what I think I was circling around for a long time, and that was monsters. That shift was really difficult because I went from being able to print a bunch of photos of a specific wasp out off the internet to not having the slightest clue of how I was going to guide myself in a metal shop on how to build these pieces. I was inventing anatomy, I was inventing entire new creatures. And so this marked a point where I decided to start going back to my clay skills and building a model. And these models, I would build the whole thing in my home studio, and it would essentially act as a blueprint that I could go into the shop and it would guide me through the build, and I would know exactly what I needed to do in the round, and there'd be no question about what I was supposed to do. Because as we've heard a few times today, metalsmithing is a reverse process. If you don't want to weld yourself into a corner, so it's really important to know exactly what you're supposed to be doing before you start manipulating the metal. When I started making monsters, I was finally speaking from my heart. At first, I wasn't sure why I was making them, but I'd come to understand more about the why over time as I became acquainted with the distorted beliefs I hold about myself. As a child in an invalidating environment, I was taught to just trust my emotions until I felt like they were until my basic humanity felt monstrous to me. And I think that like as a defense mechanism, I just kind of shoved parts of myself down and like caged them away inside of me like they were a monster. And I think, you know, after lots of therapy and processing and adulting, making monsters is a way that I kind of pull those pieces out again and look at them as an adult with a wise mind and through a non-judgmental lens. And instead of looking at them and judging them as bad or good, I just kind of accept them as parts of me. And I think that making monsters is a way that I'm starting to reincorporate those parts of myself, and is an important process in my journey of becoming a whole human being. So I think that that vulnerable leap helped me muster the courage to take some bigger risks. And so in 2018, I moved into a warehouse space with 3 other metalsmiths and essentially expanded my art practice. And one of the metalworkers that I moved in with is my friend and bladesmith, Jay Morgan. Jay offered to let me use his forge and power hammer, and I was extremely stubborn, reluctant, and resistant at first. And I had all of my training, my education, and my experience up until that point was fabrication based, and it's where I felt confident, it's where I felt strong. And I was really afraid to be new at something and to struggle, and I didn't want to invite that struggle into my creative pursuit at the time. But my passion for pushing the boundaries of what steel can do won out. And you know, within a couple months, I was hogging his power hammer and just getting all up in that forge. And this is the first piece that I forged on, and I felt like I was finally realizing the full potential of steel. I believe that it offers the best of both worlds. It's plastic and malleable when it's hot. It's strong and carvable when it's cold, which lends to the opportunity for really dynamic compositions and for extreme mass manipulation. And a lot of the materiality of metal, I think, really lends well to the principles of design as it pertains to sculpture. So in my opinion, it's the perfect material to work with, but I might be a little biased. So this pitcher plant piece here, also, I don't know if you can see, but there's inside of each pitcher, there's cast, like black epoxy with a cast bronze fly in there. So my discovery for forging also connected me to a thriving blacksmithing community. First in the East Bay, then throughout California, and then across the country, and eventually abroad. And being a part of this community has become one of the most gratifying parts of my life and my career. And it's led to a lot of opportunities to speak, to demonstrate, to ultimately, ideally teach, and also to collaborate with other metalworkers. This is one of my favorite collaborations I've gotten to do. My friend Josh Prince, who is a creative genius, in my opinion. He's a knife maker, but he's basically good at anything he works with. He sent me some pattern welded steel out of curiosity for what I would do with it. So I took the material and made a flower monster, made another kind of monster, and these are the only 2 pieces that I've really been able to work that material into so far. But as far as areas where I want to extrapolate my knowledge and that I hold a lot of curiosity and feel like there's a lot of potential for growth, I'm really looking forward to experimenting more with pattern welded steel and to even create my own monster skin and petals and what have you. But got to take it like one day at a time. So eventually Jay had moved on to another city and left our shop, and that catalyzed the need for me to get my own power hammer and my own forge. And this is me with my very first power hammer. This is a relatively small power hammer. It's a 110-pound SAMAC. And at the time, as Maria mentioned, my friend Jorgen was building these pretty cool forges that felt like they'd really suit my needs for what I was working with. And so I asked him to make me one. And when it showed up, and I was talking to Jorgen about it, and he started egging me on and saying, you know, you should really turn this thing into Baba Yaga's house. I think it'd be really cool if you did this like Baba Yaga's house. And I was like, all right. So I really loved the idea. And I especially love the idea of a tool or a piece of equipment that's so heavily adorned and sculpted that it becomes a sculpture in and of itself. But I was also really curious about building architecture. I've never built an onion dome. I was kind of curious about trying out some Russian type architecture, and I'd never made chicken legs before, and I was looking forward to working at this scale because I work pretty small in general, and so I kind of wanted to test the waters for potential furniture builds in the future. And that's me and Jorgen with this thing towering over us. I don't build a lot of functional work, but every once in a while, the right project will come along, the right client, or the right collaborator. And so this piece on the left is a collaboration I did with a knife maker, Seth Lopez. He built this beautiful knife, and he was looking for me to make a base for it. And so I did. And we actually won Best Collaboration that year at Blade Show, so that was pretty awesome. And then this piece on the right was for a client. He just wanted like a cup for his tools and pencils. He's actually a pretty incredible fabricator and metal worker, and collects pieces from all kinds of metalsmiths. So this was my contribution to his workbench, which was an honor. But most of my inspiration these days comes from my gardens. I'm an avid gardener. And for a long time, I was working with a couple of pots in my atrium. And I've always been a nature nerd, as you guys already know. But back in 2020, my husband and I bought this 1/4-acre piece of property with a 100-year-old hunting cabin on it in Oakland. The house is surrounded by redwoods and oaks and poplars, and the yard was bare dirt when we moved in, and so I started planting. And so the picture on the right is the same angle. I just went absolutely nuts with landscaping. And now it's this verdant oasis and this really peaceful place where I love to spend a lot of time and just be. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was also building habitat while I was planting all of these plants. So every year I buy a couple of praying mantis eggs and tie them to a tree and watch hundreds of tiny praying mantis babies walk across my oregano and out into the garden, and I never see them again. And I was just lamenting that the other day at the nursery when I was planting a plant in my backyard, and this thing landed on my shoulder and started biting me, and it was this praying mantis. And I'm pretty sure he's one of my hatchlings, and I was so excited to see him. And I was actually getting ready to leave town, and I was supposed to be packing, not at the nursery buying plants and planting them in my garden, but I think I spent like the whole afternoon just watching him hunt in the garden, which was fascinating. But we have all kinds of species on the property now, even banana slugs, which are incredibly rarefied for that area, and tarantula-eating wasps as well, which are fascinating to watch them drag unconscious spiders across my backyard into a hole in the ground. It's devastating, but it's also really, really cool, so. The plants themselves are equally inspiring to me. These are a bunch of plants that are on my property that I grow. I love to watch them emerge and grow and change and bloom into these sinister forms. I think that oftentimes when I'm building a piece, it's just a single snapshot of that one moment that wherever that bloom is at that particular moment, where like if you spend a lot of time around plants, those moments are really fleeting. But getting to watch them through the whole process, I think I kind of absorb that and hopefully kind of breathe that life into the pieces so that their whole story is told, even though you can only see them from one specific angle at a time. I see my gardens as a living and ongoing art project in and of itself, and my collaboration with nature, essentially. And I see my gardens also as an outlet for self-care. Being in my gardens is a mindfulness exercise for me, and the work of cultivating plants and habitat is something that requires a gentle touch and patience. And I think for me personally, it's the perfect counterbalance to the immediacy and intensity of pounding metal into submission all day long. So I find that it helps me with my inner peace and balance. This year, my main focal point has been growth. I essentially kind of carved out a lot of time this year and sort of treated this year like grad school. Took some classes and basically was looking to strengthen my design, my building, and my demonstration skills. So I spent the first 2 weeks of 2025 at the Center for Metal Arts in their winter residency. I really felt like I needed to step outside of the comfort zone of my shop, which is pretty dialed at this point, and get away from the temptations of my fabrication studio and be in a space that's predominantly focused around forging, so I could focus on those techniques. These are some of my favorite samples to come out of my time there. And I feel like every time I go there, I grow exponentially as an artist and as a person. So I really appreciate my time there, and I always look forward to going back. In fact, every time I'm there, I seem to be plotting about how I'm getting back the next time. So after being there in January, I actually went back in May for their month-long program, School is Cool. And during that time, I developed a class that is designed to teach artists how to build an armature, then turn that into a model, and then take that model and translate it directly into steel and establish that fidelity. I'm really excited about that process. I really want to share that. I feel like that's my way of contributing to the community, is showing the value of a strong design. And I also kind of want to share my hybrid techniques and approaches as a fabricator and forger, and how I meld those two techniques together to achieve what I'm trying to achieve. And so I'm really excited to say that I'm actually going to be teaching this class at the Center for Metal Arts in the spring of 2026. A good model to reference is everything to my process. And the steel piece it can only be as good as the design that I create. I'm never gonna go in there with an iffy design and wind up with a fantastic sculpture. And so I also took a month-long class this summer with a master creature designer, Simon Lee, and he really helped me realize my goals as a creature designer and to enhance my clay skills. So these are two of my models that I've built since I took his class. And I'm really excited about these. They're headed for the table like as soon as I get home from this speech. So I'm really excited to get started on those. I feel like this is, these designs it's gonna be pushing me to do things with metal that I've never ever done before, and that's what excites me. If I know I can do it, if I'm certain I can do it, I'm somewhat uninterested, and so the goal is to always be kind of like keeping the designs a step ahead of my abilities in the metal, so that I'm forcing myself to grow and learn and change and evolve. So just looking back over this year and reflecting as I was taking these classes and demonstrations that I did around the country, and even preparing this talk, I see these like themes emerging, but I think the one that really stood out to me was this way that I seem to be kind of rooted in duality, and I think that's just something about my mentality, the way that I approach things. I need two things activated at the same time to experience harmony and balance. So whether it's flora and fauna, or forging and fabrication, or clay and steel, or gardening and foraging, that balance and harmony of two things that kind of counteract each other seems to be like a driving force for me. And I think I even recognize that conceptually in like the tension with my creatures. Are they threatening? Are they benign? Are they terrifying? Are they beautiful? That ambiguity is like what I find most interesting conceptually. And so that's sort of where I'm going and what I'm most interested in at this moment, and probably what I'll continue to explore moving forward.
We have a question from the online audience. How do you market your monsters?
It's funny because me and Maria were having a conversation prior to coming here about the difficulty of selling metal sculptures, and how hard it can be to find the right person that can afford bespoke metalwork, and someone who can afford that and appreciates it and knows what they're looking at, right? Because in a room full of metalsmiths, it's so easy, we all have that vocabulary and that language. But we were talking about how difficult it is, and Maria said, yeah, and then you have to find someone who wants to have monsters in their house, or dying insects on their walls. And I just cracked up because I was like, yeah, I really have not made this easy for myself at all. So I would say that that's a really good question, but I'm always seeking opportunities, and I think some of the collaborations I've done have been attempts to break out into different audiences, like working with a bladesmith and that being exhibited at Blade Show. Those are clients that are really sophisticated people that know metalsmithing. They just know knives, but if you put a sculpture in front of them, they'll take that too, if it's creepy enough, I guess, you know. Yeah, so you have to get creative about it.
Hi. Hi. Can you tell us a little bit about how you take a clay model and then fashion something like this from it? Because that's mysterious to me. Like, so more literally, like, what does that look like?
Yeah, so day one, I bring the clay model into the studio, white knuckles in my vehicle, hoping I don't like have to jam on my brakes and the thing doesn't tumble all the way across my car, because they're actually quite fragile. But once I get it into the studio, I'm just literally putting a tape up to it, like a sewer's tape, and I'm breaking it down into its primary, secondary, and tertiary forms. So I am looking for the geometry in it, and knowing that the complexity and the sculpt is probably going to be like secondary and tertiary. So take, for instance, this creature here. It's figuring out like what I can do about mass manipulation. So I'll take a big square stock and I'll break it down into a taper on the power hammer, and that's my tail. But where it gets to the hollow form, then I'm like taking sheet and rolling that into the form and then fabricating those pieces together. And then once you have your primary forms, then you start adding things like the teeth. And over time, I've had to get really creative about how do you, it's like what I was saying before, like you're essentially kind of mopping your way out of a room. Like you have to make sure that you have a way of getting those teeth on there without blowing out the smallest details and the most important details. So I think it's mostly about being really attentive to the geometry and truly like putting a tape up to it and saying, okay, well, I need this taper, or I need this dome, and just starting there and just taking it one step at a time. And I think that's really what the class is about, is taking something that seems so inconceivably complicated and breaking it down into bite-sized pieces so that they're digestible and people will find that process less grueling than it actually is.
Thank you. And
Sure.
so does that look like you holding your piece up to the clay and comparing them?
Yeah, the model is in the shop the whole time.
I see.
Sometimes if I'm working with like a really difficult gesture per se, I will take armature wire and trace the piece on the model and make myself a wire that I can then reference when I'm over bending hot over in the forge area. So there's a few ways that I try to match that but the goal essentially, by the time I get into the metal shop, the design work is 90% done. I give myself about 10% ability to go rogue and have some fun and like make decisions, because I don't want to just feel like I'm copying something. But I need a pretty comprehensive blueprint. So the goal, the task becomes less about designing by the time I'm in the shop and more about establishing fidelity between the model and the steel piece. And I'm absolutely looking at that one all the time.
Forgive my ignorance, but you have your primary, secondary, and tertiary elements or components. Are you welding these together?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have been more clear about that. So I'll usually forge or manipulate, raise, whatever I need to do to make my primary forms, and then I am welding all of those components together.
Has it come upon you, or have you been approached by the film industry for these fantastic designs? I
do speak to certain people in that industry, but I think it hasn't. There was a guy once that asked me if he could have a free sculpture to put one of the pieces in a movie, and I said no. But Simon Lee, the creature designer that I was working with, he designs all kinds of creatures for TV, video games, and movies. He did Ghidorah. He did a bunch of stuff for Godzilla. So those people are out there, and I see my involvement in that industry more in seeking mentorship from the greats in that field.
Not a question, but a comment and compliment from our online audience. First off, I want to express how beautifully you have captured life and feeling in your creations. Your brain is amazing.
Thank you.
Now I know that what my next learning goal is, and I really hope to get to one of your courses as soon as I can.
Oh, I hope so too.
And we can sign up by going to the School of Metal Arts.
Yeah, I would recommend just checking out Center for Metal Arts and maybe getting on their email list or something if you want to know.
I was wondering if you've ever revisited the jewelry work that you did and attempted it with steel, because I feel like that could be really interesting.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm, as I was saying before about like interacting with community, I'm in a room full of a lot of people that make jewelry, and all of a sudden I'm like, why am I like having all these like ideas and feelings about making jewelry all of a sudden? And so, yeah, I think I've got some stuff rolling around in my brain for sure. Yeah, I would not be surprised if I went there.
And as far as your finishing, I noticed there are some colors.
Yeah, so I use mostly Sculpt Nouveau products. And what I love about those products is that they pretty seamlessly stack on top of each other and are very compatible. So I'll usually start with a Black Magic patina and then either bump that back. I actually kind of treat it, the way that I approach patina is a little bit the way that I used to approach charcoal drawings, where I'm looking for a mid-tone. So I'll just like dull down the Black Magic and look for like mid-gray. And then I'll work some of that back to bring the highlights out. And then I have smart stains that I can push darks or add colors, and those all layer seamlessly on top. So that's the colors that you're seeing, but that's also like the really dark lines you're seeing as me going in and reinforcing those dark areas. And then their sealants are really nice too, so.
I was wondering mostly about, you have an answer for a lot of different ways, I'm sure, the texture on your pieces, but on this piece specifically, like, are those lines chased, or are you removing metal, or like chiseled? What's that look like?
Yeah, so on this piece, I carved those with a burr. I have pencil grinders, which are essentially like flex shaft grinders, but they're pneumatic and they have a lot more torque. And so, yeah, I was using a pencil grinder to carve those in.
And then second question, my husband and I are metalsmiths in Denver, and we're wondering if we can be friends.
Yes. I've never been to Denver. I'd love to go.
I'm curious, your work is what I picture my nightmares looking like. So what are your nightmares looking like?
My nightmares are actually really pleasant. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Horrifying.
All right. Oh, we've got one question over here, Kurt.
You said that you think steel and wax are very similar, and I'm having a hard time understanding that. Do you want to explain that a little bit more?
So, when I was working with wax for lost wax casting, I was always starting with a sheet and taking heat to weld two pieces together if I were fabricating pieces. So I was taking like brown wax, foundry wax, and as I was putting it together, you're essentially welding it, and then you're cleaning it up, and then once it's cool and stiffens up in its form, then I'd go in and carve it. And steel is essentially the same thing. It's different, but I see if you've ever done wax working where you're putting two pieces together and you got to get them hot and melt them to get them together. And then once it cools, it's like incredibly strong, and then you can start going in and carving it. That is my experience with mild steel as well. And I feel like I'm not answering the question. I don't know. Is that helpful at all? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
So, Jeff DeBoer's work surprises me with delight. And this is the highest compliment that I can pay to another artist. It was 2003, while I was visiting dear friends in Calgary, when I was first gobsmacked by his brilliance. I had traveled there to sell my own jewelry at a craft show, and the day after the show closed, my Calgary friends gleefully took me to see Jeff's museum-quality cat and mouse armor. I was instantly and completely smitten, as my friends knew I would be, and I unhesitatingly spent my entire earnings from the craft show on this. I returned home to bask in the possession of a suit of mouse armor, and Jeff continued his 4-decade exploration of the vast possibilities of metals and scale, creating work from production jewelry through limited edition small sculpture, like my mouse, to large public sculpture, and in the process, burnishing his reputation for fusing concept with craft. Jeff's attention to detail, to historical accuracy when appropriate, and to nosebleed standards of craft excellence are unparalleled. No wonder then that he ended up featured in the pages of National Geographic. In recent years, through the magic of hosting online classes with Jeff, I have been further delighted to find that Jeff is a generous and engaging teacher who openly shares his hard-won wisdom and is eager to help students level up their own skills. It is my very great pleasure now to invite Jeff to share more of his story with all of you.
Oh, let's get to a first slide. If I can figure out how this thing works. Wait! I see it. I've entered the 21st. Oh, hey, no, wrong. I did not make this. You'd be surprised, actually. We'll get to that. But this is it's the death mask of King Tutankhamun, although you Americans probably want to hear King Tut. And it's an interesting object that I have been fascinated by since I first saw it in person in the Cairo Museum some decade ago, or several decades ago. And it's an interesting footnote in the history of the evolution of craft, because you know, I know that everybody goes to see this in the museum and they're all awestruck, and I think that they've because it holds the record for being on the cover of National Geographic for the most times, I think we've already got it so much in our head that when we actually see it, we can't see it. We only see our hope for it, and it fulfills our hope, but we don't actually ever see it. I don't know if this is making any sense, but it's such a powerful object and such a profound, unbelievable execution of the capability of human craft. My friend at the Cairo Museum was quite upset when I was sticking my head around it and poking and looking for its flaws and seeing how it was made. And my head didn't go into this, oh, this is an amazing object. I found myself thinking about the artisans that created it. Wouldn't it have been something to have been there the evening when they completed this object, invited all their friends over for a beer and bread, and they know the officials are coming here tomorrow morning and they're going to put it in a crate and they're going to haul it away, and it's going to go into a tomb and no one will ever see it again. And I think that there was an artisan there who probably was a little more pragmatic and was thinking, thank God think of the history of the artisans that came before us. We as artists stand on the shoulders of giants too, just like scientists. The evolution of craft from the cavemen's first beads to the beginning of the first working of metal and gold, how many generations did it take before mankind had reached the kind of workshops and skill levels to produce something like this? And I know that one person standing in that room was going to think, I know it's going to tomb and everything, but 2,000 years from now, this thing's going to fry people's noodles. Pharaoh, Schmero, great patron. But also it's a fascinating object because it crosses so many lines of craft and art. We as artisans sometimes get second billing, or, we're not like art with a capital A in some people's minds. This is art with a capital A. But it's also jewelry. It is also, it could be considered wearable art. It is perhaps a fantasy piece. But more than anything, it incorporates these images and iconography that makes it also a reliquary, a keeper of memory of a deceased person. And it's sort of with that in mind, I can show you the next slide. Be patient, Jeff. Be very patient. I did make this. And is it any different? This was made for the memory of a beloved family member who passed away, who happened to be a cat. And it too incorporates iconography. And it too is all those things too. It's the most efficient thing. It's both a piece of jewelry, piece of wearable art, maybe some fantasy art now, maybe a bit of science fiction. Maybe it's a toy. But most importantly, it too is also a reliquary. And on the evening when it was finished, my friends came over. We had some beer. It went in a crate. It went away, and I said, 500 years from now, this thing's going to fry somebody's noodle. So, we're part of a history of something. So all of those artisans in the past did their work, passed down their skills, which is the culture of our craft. Our craft culture, the jewelry culture, we've been doing this, passing down our knowledge since the beginning of time. We are part of something much bigger than ourselves. We are part of a continuum of transferring knowledge and ideas and trying to find original things to do. For me, that's the first suit of mouse armor that I made when I was a student at art college in my second year in 1986. So next year will be my 40th anniversary, 40 years since I built that first mouse. And it's pretty good. Charles Luton Brain took that photograph, by the way. And the thing about that piece is that, one's own mythology or one's own personal life journey. I think that when I was a kid growing up, I just wasn't like the other kids in the playground. And I sort of lived in my imagination. And even when I was in high school, I started experimenting with armor. I wanted to go to my grad wearing a suit of armor. My father is a sheet metal fabricator, so I grew up in metal. And, I always joked that all the other kids in school would get piano lessons. My dad gave me a tin smashing hammer. So it was sort of natural for me to experiment and build armor. And when I graduated from high school, I actually studied with a blacksmith for a few years who was building armor, and he showed me a thing or two. It was actually the armor that I was building with him that actually got me into art college. And, I could have gone anywhere, but I had to take that frickin' jewelry class. And I had one problem. I just didn't like making jewelry. But I had a gut feeling that those skills were going to be really handy and that I could probably make things that were interesting. And that gut feeling just kept gnawing at me the whole time I was going to school. And it was in 1986 it kind of all came together. My own personal journey, being an outsider and all that other kind of stuff, feeling kind of small maybe feeling like a mouse my whole life. And my scale was now here. And I could have made a miniature suit of armor I could have made a sample piece of armor, but where's authenticity? Where's reality? I didn't want to make just a model or a maquette. I wanted to make something that was real, that was this big. And it's just, oh my God, I could build a suit of armor for a mouse. And I remember the day of my crit, just the dumb silence. You know? I wasn't sure how to take it. I wasn't quite sure. Because up until that moment, the instructors were kind of, well, Jeff, you really should learn how to design jewelry and stuff. I mean, we are a jewelry department. But you don't realize in one's own mythology that has gone down at the University of Arts in Calgary as a legendary moment when an entire department changed because of one. I won the idea lottery. If I did nothing else ever again with the rest of my life, I could just make mouse armor for the rest of my life. I was going to be fine. And something else happened is we exhibit in the students show, and the art buyer for one of the biggest art collections in Canada for the Brofman family bought it. I didn't think I was going to cry. But before that exhibition, being me, I took this mouse armor and I went down to commercial galleries and I was just curious, what would they think of it? The sculpture department, I always had this thing with the sculpture department. I always seen the world of fine art, the conceptual world, as the world of cats. And I've always been this artisan, and I've always seen myself as a bit of a mouse. And I think I might be a serial dragon slayer, so I always assumed maybe my little crafty mouse here could take on the art world. So I went to commercial galleries as a student, and I showed it to one gallery, and they said, Jeff, we'd like to book you for an exhibition. So here I am, second year, I've sold my first piece, I've booked my first professional commercial exhibition. And I'm just not like any of the other kids in the playground again. I've got a different kind of goal, a different kind of possibility for myself. And I think I've spent my entire life fundamentally being naive. It's a superpower. And I just assumed that I could do this. And of course, when we graduate, we have to get a day job and we have to, get a corner of our parents' garage and start our first studio. And I worked really, really hard for a year and 3 months, 2 hours, 6 minutes before I got fired from my job. But just on crossing that finish line, I finished my exhibition and I had my first commercial exhibition in the fall of 1989, and the exhibition sold out. And so. And then after that, there were several years of, fortunately my parents had no money, but they did have a garage, and I kicked my dad's car out of there and slowly built it bigger. And I developed my first studio in my parents' garage, and after about 8 years, I was able to do my first solo exhibition. Funny enough, I called it a retrospective. And the exhibition was called Articulation, and it was 160 pieces that I created that toured Western Canada along with an exhibition catalog. And in the fall of 1996, that exhibition had its final showing at the Canadian Museum of Craft. I had the entire museum to myself for a solo show. And Doug Udell, who was the biggest blue chip dealer in Canada, he only represented 12 of the top artists of Canada, took on number 13 for an exhibition of my work at his gallery. And the Friday night before the opening, his gallery opening, he had a preview night for his best clients, and the show sold out on the night before. And he said, Jeff, I got a problem. You're building one at a time. Have you ever thought of working in editions? And mentorship from a dealer was pretty good. So yes, we went through the gallery and we picked these things. I built 6 of those and 5 of those. And the next day he arranged 67 commissions for me. So, they say there's only 2 tragedies in this world. not getting what you want and getting what you want. And so I had to go back to my studio. I gave it a college try because I am, after all, naive. I actually hired a couple people, technicians, to come and work for me. We went to work and we fulfilled the 67 commissions, and the profits and the money we made from that went into fund a super studio that I built. I'll show you a picture of it later. And that super studio went on to become kind of a hub for all makers in Calgary, and we executed some 3,000 projects in that studio, representing some 57,000 artifacts. So a little ambitious, but that's kind of the origin story of kind of, I've been through a lot, and I've seen a lot, and I went up and down, and but one of the frustrations I ended up having when things started going well for me, I called it the $10,000 problem. There was a time when my suits of cat armor were selling in commercial galleries for $10,000. And even with my staff, the work is so labor intensive that I found myself working 70 hours a week, and my staff was making more money than me at the end of the day. Because it's all on spec, you take all the risks. But I made an observation. What part of the miracle was 1997, when I got my first website. And my stuff photographs well, looks good, and I had established a market value and a reputation, and people were now asking, can I just buy the work directly from you? And the $10,000 problem was, the galleries take half. And if they were working for it, I would fine, but no suit of cat armor ever stayed in a gallery longer than 4 hours. So they really couldn't offer me much. And now I had people wanting to buy my work directly, and they would say, well, can we get it for half? And I said, no. But you get half. Yeah, but I want all of it. Like, this is what I worked for. So there was a shift from that kind of workload to try to what? Get my picture in an art magazine? All of that, like 70-hour weeks, all the risks, so I can see a picture of myself in an art magazine, which in my humble opinion, which by the way isn't humble, is really a trade magazine for the hottest artists that are making the most money for the system. So I said, no, in fact, I'm going to make the suit of cat armor. I'll put it in your gallery, and it's now a competition to see who can sell it first. Because I own it. It's on, and I was so proud of myself, and to which they said, Jeff, you're now officially kicked out of the art world. I became a complete pariah of the art world, at least the commercial art world. And I was told I will never be represented by any of the galleries ever again. And good luck. You're on your own. And it sort of reminds me a little bit of the music scene, where musicians decided that they didn't want to be represented by the industry and go the indie music scene. And maybe in some way in that moment, maybe I had tripped into some pioneer status naively, because I am naive. Maybe I opened a door to a new possibility, the beginning of online social media, artists representing themselves. But to do that, there's a whole new series of new skills that one has to have. You have to be able to self-promote, manage your own studios, be business-minded. And I embraced all those skills, but also along the way, I began to always attract and find incredible masters and mentors who would whisper in my ears little tidbits of advice that made it possible for me to actually get away with this. So, that's kind of where we are, but let's go look at just a couple of things here. So, my work starts with drawings, like everyone else. And I actually have gotten into this thing where I actually sell my drawings to people now. It's a really good side hustle. And so these are renderings of mice concepts that I've done over the years, and my favorites. I faithfully just hand redraw these things for people, so they're original. And there's something interesting about Oh, did I mention I was in National Geographic? I think it's sort of fitting because my work has never really been about trying to be in the art world, obviously. Maybe being a rogue mouse in a world of cats, I always said, and finding my niche. And I've got these sort of semi-romantic ideas or notions or lines, but, the crumbs of conceptualism are a feast for a mouse. There's this place, there's a sweet spot here for me where the work that I do is priced well enough that I can build collectors. Part of the most efficient thing about a suit of mouse armor is they're only like $5,000 for one. That's cheap. But they fit in little boxes. They ship all over the world. They photograph really well. They are so frickin' literal that they slice through people's brains like a bacon slicer. When you say, what do you do for a living? Well, I build armor for cats and mice. My parents used to go to the club and try to explain to their friends what their son does for a living. Like, he does what? My parents never got over it either, but anyway. But one of the interesting things is I always say that I'm a no artist statement zone. If it's not in the work, if people can't see it, then it's not there. I failed. And I like to think that my little suits of mouse armor are designed to go out there and fight an interesting cosmic battle out there. They're not made out of gold. No one's going to melt them down. If you take one to the scrapyard, you're going to get 15 cents. And so there's no value in destroying them, but they're built hardily enough that I think they are going to be around 500 years from now. And when I was approached, National Geographic really did a big article with me online. They did I got a 2-page thing in the magazine, but the online article was really big. But when I had my interview with the archaeology editor and writer for National Geographic, I sat back and I said, you know what, you tell me what you think this is. And in these interviews, it's always, well, what it's about? Well, no, I want you to tell me. Actually, I want you to write, I don't want to tell you a thing. I want you to write what you see. And she said, I think 500 years from now, your work is going to fry somebody's noodle. Good. That's a piece I'm just doing for a client right now, King David mouse. My work these days looks quite a little more sophisticated than the first mouse. This is a series of Viking mice, and they're nasty little things, these ones. Tough enough to take on any cat, but you get 3 of them, you're in real trouble. But part of my practice is not just building these pieces. I don't know if you're following me on social media, but I take great joy in filming my under 60-second videos, where I try to explain in 60 seconds or less, in one take, how I do something. And part of that is also, it's not just these videos, but it's nice once in a while to stop and take things and put them on the table and sort of photograph and document them a little bit. I think that one of the things that we do in this world as art makers is that I do think about that 500-year thing all the time. I fantasize about the Antiques Roadshow, to be quite honest. But these kinds of photographs and artifacts kind of leave a record. We leave a crumb trail. I mean, these days we can leave that digital crumb trail. Imagine if the guys building King Tut's golden mask were doing daily posts of their progress. I think that we have that opportunity to build almost a new kind of immortality in our lives, in our time, because AI might be able to reproduce me someday, but someday I would like to leave my own personal collection, my tools, and all of my drawings, which my studio drawings, I've never given one away. All of that should go and be in a museum somewhere. So my dream is not to be seen in the context of an art gallery. And I say that because it's the same thing like King Tut's Golden Mask, is that when people walk into an art gallery, there's already a glaze, there's already an assumption that someone has curated and told me that what I'm about to see is art. Well, what if I think it's garbage? And I'm in a room full of people who think it's amazing. Do I keep my mouth shut? Or this is kind of the culture we live in. What I like about museums is, again, it's curated, it's special, but if somebody discovers it and says it's art, to me, that's a more authentic validation of the work. It should be in a context where people are not sure. And I think that is a better and more, again, authenticity is the most important thing. What I loved about the article from National Geographic, it started with first and only. Can you imagine? My copyright? Like, isn't it lovely to be able to say you're the first and only of something in the history of mankind? I think by default, that probably makes you the best. So, you know, being the best mouse armor in the history of mankind, I feel I have an obligation to create as many artifacts as I can, and move along. And so here's some more recent work. This is the Gothic mice. That was one of my fantasy projects I just want to do. And you can see that in the ears, each one has a slightly different design. So these are addition pieces. I'll build 12, but each patron, I will design a custom detail in each ear. So each one is different that way. And they're very special. And you'll see in this next slide here, yeah, I can press that button. That is kind of like my daily shots of process that I like to take and set these things up. I just love photographing these things and trying to make these images. And I think maybe one day I might even do a book. Why not? So, this is some samurai mice that I did. These ones were special because each mouse, you had different fittings. You have the winglets, you have the ears, you have the crests on the front, you have the details on the back, and you have details on the tail. All of those ones were, and different metals and different colors of fabrics. When people ordered one of these, they got a design package where they could choose a la carte, all the different designs that they thought they wanted to have on their piece. So these would be not so much an addition, it's an infinitely variable design that everyone can have an original, completely original. And if they wanted something special, then I would design something special for them. But I was building 12 of these. So there's a little bit of a parts management conundrum here. I thought, my wife loves puzzles, so I thought I would take a photograph that I got to do a puzzle someday. I dream about gift shops too. And this is, how am I doing for time, by the way? Oh, yay! Somebody said, are you going to dance for us? Sure. But isn't this a sexy thing? I had to have all these incredible trays with people's names on them and a photograph of every detail, like images of every detail, because if you start mixing this stuff up, you I didn't order that. Well, it's on another mouse in another country now. I got confused. And I think that we get into this sort of this realm of almost systems design at this point, where you're looking at permutive combinations mathematically, and you're offering infinity to someone, which is a little overwhelming. People have fun with that kind of stuff, but this is just pretty sexy stuff here. This is the Maratha Hussar mouse that is a fusion between two cultures. You got the Polish winged hussars and the Marathan Empire fusion, because the client, she was from India and he's from Poland. And this is their anniversary piece. And I think that one of the lost arts things that we happen, in the commercial gallery scene, it's sort of like you're the great artist, you do your art and everybody loves it, take it or leave it. But you never hear, I think the beauty of the jewelry world, my training is you look at somebody and say, what do you want? Isn't that a lovely thing to say to someone? What would you like? I mean, you're going to only get my version of it, don't get me wrong. But what do you want? Like, can we be collaborators? Can we work together to make something meaningful and personal for you? Because I think that reminds me of more of the Medici Renaissance world that I'd prefer to live in. I mean, I am supported entirely by little Medicis and occasionally a pharaoh. That's another story. But again, you know, there's this, I always like to include a Canadian because I'm from Canada, but that's the same size as an American quarter, just so people kind of have a sense of scale as I'm working along. And then you get this kind of stuff going along here. Again, I love setting up these shots. It's just like, I feel like a dragon with my little horde. You know, it's almost sad to put them together sometimes. You know, and why not do a Crusader mouse, you know? Lots of fun. Again, different kinds of armor distorted into cat or mouse forms offer different kinds of looks that I think are really interesting to look at. They're always kind of catch your eye, and they're always fascinating. And I'm, you know, there's maybe a little bit of cultural appropriation going on here, but I'm Dutch. That's all I can do. That's all Dutch people can do, is appropriate. So, get over it. I call it cultural appreciation. You know, there's a Chinese mouse, and it's really fun trying to chase these little monster faces and things like that. And it certainly, I'm up to 2 magnifying glasses now. We get into a couple of cats. This is a fun piece, a gladiator cat helmet. And sometimes people don't want to spend that amount of money for an entire suit of cat armor. And I think it's fun to do just a helmet. I think that's enough. And this is a beautiful 16th century helmet. This one was lost in the Eaton fire. And several of my collectors lost their collections in the Eaton fire. And some of them went and found all the burnt up pieces, and some of them have been shipped to me. And I think if I do an exhibition, I'm going to do an archaeological dig with those pieces and bring them back. Like, it'd be kind of fun to have all the fragments on display and artist renderings of what they think they looked like. You know, we'll get into a couple more cats here. This is sort of an earlier piece, is the Persian cat. And it's really fun. And we're starting to go into the, you know, I keep telling people that my goal is to pursue my work to its completely impractical conclusion at some point. So things are going to go a little increasingly. This is a request to do dragon armor. I think that's just a beautiful, I just love that piece, and it photographed extremely well. And again, somebody said, how do you photograph jewelry? Somebody asked a photographer, and the photographer said, don't polish it. So I kind of gotten into this satin, this brushed finish, this subtle brushed finish and wax, and it just holds light. It's just, everything is just so photogenic, and the pieces are so much more stable, and they're more graphic, and they're nicer to see. And again, the collectors who've been purchasing these works, they're going to donate their collection to the Smithsonian. This is another fusion piece, the Celtic Samurai. So doing Celtic design on a samurai cat. There's a funny story there, because I was working on the dragon head one day and on my bench, and I couldn't find it, and I fucking stepped on it, eh? No! 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 Well, start that one over again. This is really fun. Again, this is another nice piece. A couple wanted a Gothic cat, and and our cat just loves all these different kinds of animals and things. Like, can you, we got this collection of stuff. Can you put things on it? No, I can put things on it. So it's got like bats and birds and fish and all the things that cats like to eat. I thought the tail end was really cute. It's got a little spider bum. You know, and there's a funny thing there too, is in the art world, you know, unless you're making conceptually important work, no one will take you seriously. You know, I guess my line is, if you're not making something serious, no one will take you seriously. And I think that that's wrong. I think, I like to say enlightenment means lighten up. So even though maybe armor in one sense might be perceived as a militaristic war thing, I perceive it more of a taking on dragons and saving the village, more romantic view of it. And this is a phoenix cat that I did for someone. And the nice thing about this is that as the years have gone by and the value of my work is not going up, not so much because I've raised my prices, but because I'm asking people to give me more time. I always talk in terms of hours, how many hours I'd like to work on something. And there's another one, is that people think I'm extraordinarily patient or that I'm a perfectionist. I am neither of those two things. I'm a goodist, right? I'm just a goodist. A good is all I've got time for. Things aren't perfect, they just look that way. I mean, it's an illusion. And I don't mind if things are a little off once in a while here and there. It's okay. I gotta let it go. But occasionally, the next slide is the beginning of my Sutton Mew project, which was to do Sutton Hoo cat. So this was the most intimidating project of my career. We're looking at this one all in was just a little over 800 hours. And it's funny because I have a friend who's my biggest collector and biggest supporter, and we went for lunch one day and he said, you know, what is it you really want to do? So, well, I've been fantasizing about this piece for decades, but I have no idea how much it's going to cost. You know, I think that's been the bridge for me. Like, it's nice to give people an estimate. He said, what if there wasn't one? What do you mean? So why don't you just go to work and just keep sending me the bill until you're done? To cry again. I don't know if it's tears of joy or terror, but the fun part is, you get the curator of the Sutton Hoo Museum following you on social media, like no pressure. And can you send me photographs? I'd like to have a picture on my desk. And then there's another guy who has a cat cafe in England. Can you send me pictures? I'd like to print them out and put them on my wall. Like, okay, no pressure. But this is, again, I do photograph, or always think about my work, wouldn't that be a great picture on the cover of National Geographic? I think that's a nice approach to one's career in life. I fantasize about these things all day long, and occasionally you get that. It's nice to be able to take those kinds of shots and take the time. And we talk about patience. It's not a virtue in my studio. It's a luxury item. I get to take the time because people are supporting my work, because they're all in on it. They all want to blow somebody's mind 500 years from now. And it's lovely to have this community of supporters and fans. But again, it's also there's a drive to potentially try to do something for people that isn't in the $80,000 range, like something like this. But this piece is just sex on wheels. It is everything about it. And I brought, there's another National Geographic shot, but there's the full cat sitting with all of its armor ornaments, sitting on its Viking boat base. Things like the shields in of themselves are just complete OCD. The other side, the cat has not a shield, but a pouch. So there's a little bit of that asymmetry, a little bit of a close-up of the pouch. Pretty sexy stuff. Let's get a little closer. It's fun doing this kind of stuff. So this is my Pierce work. Just soldered on, then filled in with some resin enamels. And the Sutton Hoo had some really crazy jewelry. So it was like, I got to make these brooches. So I guess I'm making jewelry at the end of the day again. I don't know. God damn it. But anyway, so, and other kinds of details and how things fit together, and, doing the base of the boat, and the stands and displays are as important as the pieces. They've got to be quite considered and balanced, and it's lovely getting to do that. But the real fun part is when you get all these parts, you get to do your own horde shot. I think that's just great. I just love filling my lens with sensuous artifacts that are pointless. Like, why? You get that on social media. Why? Well, why anything? It's certainly fun, and it's great to have a reason to be a craftsman. It's great to get up in the morning and just love it to death. I mean, I loved this thing to death. I mean, I was sick of it at the end, but I've had enough of you. It's time to go. Do you have a hard time letting go? No. I'm done. Get it out of me. But I do, and people do say, oh, Jeff, have you ever thought of doing snake armor or something like that? But occasionally I've broken down. I did a dog helmet for a fellow. And that was really, really, really fun. This was a deceased police dog, and another reliquary piece. So it's kind of got police badges, and he's Asian, so it was like, well, let's do the samurai thing again. And this is a pretty big piece. What was sort of bizarre was when I posted this on social media, the furry crowd went nuts. Partly because one of my apprentices put it on his head and took a picture, and I didn't realize what we were in for. My God, it went ballistic for a while. And then I looked up what they were doing with things like this, and then, okay. But occasionally you get to collaborate with someone. There's a lovely lady in Denmark, Ingrid Earring, and she does these beautiful little dioramas with little mice. And she said, well, I wish I could get a helmet from you to put on one of my mice. I said, why don't you send me one of your mice and all the money you have, and I'll look at it. She didn't have much money, but she did send me the mouse, and I thought, you know what? I'm doing this for fun. And it's kind of and this is this big. It's that big. So I was watching the miniature shows and things like that, and this is my opportunity to be a miniaturist, because people think you do miniature armor. I do not do miniature armor. It's life size. It's frickin' life size. This is a miniature suit of armor. This is not life size. Oh, no, it is, because it's a mouse again. Wait a second. But it's super fun to kind of go full-blown OCD for someone and send back something that is magical, I hope, and something that'll be memorable. Sometimes we don't do things, like clearly this has never been about money. It is just about having the security and resources to work every day and not have to worry about any of that. It's nice to be in a mental space where that's what it's about. Isn't that what we hope for? Isn't that what we work for? Is that the dream? And I can really, it's funny, it's how much more you feel that when you're doing something for almost nothing sometimes. It's just the more rewarding experience, personal for yourself, and you just want to take it further, just because. And I do get odd requests. Again, this is another one. Can you make cockroach armor? Yes, I will do a Celtic cockroach for you. And I'm making jewelry again. I'm going to give in at some point. But so, yeah, as soon as I'm surrendering into jewelry, we'll see one of these in the auction. And it is kind of fun, again, to kind of show the tools and processes in a photograph, where the photographs tell a story. I like to sort of leave behind all the cookie crumbs for maybe future archaeologists. I would really love, at the end of my career, to actually donate my tools and my drawings and maybe all of this digital information into some kind of archive so that maybe an experimental archaeologist in the future could build one. I think that'd be really interesting. And I'm not afraid if others build a suit of mouse armor. I'm not worried about that. I think that that's okay. I'm not the first person to conceive of armor on a rodent. There are 14th century illustrations showing the war between the rats and the cats, and they're wearing armor. So it's been done. It's just that no one ever actually built one. That's all. And you can see I'm wearing this. Time for a commercial. So I do make and sell jewelry. This is my Kinetic Jewelry Company. And I think I talked about systems design a little bit. And what you see here is a variety of jewelry that can be made from a set group of components that you can mix and match, kind of like Lego meets Pandora. And there's a funny end to this one because this has been in development with one of my other business partners for 10 years. I got the best, most foolish business partners. Oh, this will be a great idea. Let's pursue this. But I mean, the hope is one day we'll have on your phone, you'll be able to play with digital versions of these parts and build a piece of jewelry. And then it tells you how much it costs and you press the button and it's a mail order thing. That would be lovely. And nobody steal my idea yet, okay? But the funny thing is that I've been trying to figure out how to make authentic, that's the other one, right? First and only. And so the first and only system of jewelry that gives you high quality custom piece of jewelry at the cost of manufacturing, which has never been done before. It's called mid-range custom, the holy grail of jewelry, the holy grail of product design. And no artisan can afford to try to take on a project like this, and no big company will ever take it on. Because when they start looking at the system's problems with this, it's so frightening. But I think we did crack it, and I think we're there. My joke is I finally figured out how to make you a piece of quality jewelry for under $200. It only took me 10 years and $500,000 to do it. So there's your problem. So if you think I'm smart, not anymore. There was a time when I was doing all kinds of other projects, and we're going to grace through a few of them. This is a series of armored ties that I used to make for executives and things like that, a whole series on corporate armor. Some of these are not so much armor anymore. They're, again, becoming portraits of their personalities. How do you want your tie? This ties into a lot of weird things because I've ended what I call my industrial phase of my life. There was a time in Calgary when every corporation was looking to me to build, it was like the thing to have a bespoke Jeff DeBoer corporate gift. It became the thing. And that's why I'm talking about 57,000 artifacts. There was one day, Enbridge just thoughtfully decided to have a pipeline rupture here in your country. And they invited me in to design something for every employee in the company. And I'll tell it because I think it's funny. I don't think you're going to laugh, but I see well. But I designed a clamp ring. And my pitch was, if only you had a clamp on that day. And the problem with rings, and I think it's been mentioned even in lectures, is they don't fit everybody. If it doesn't fit you, it doesn't fit you. But a clamp ring fits everybody because you can open it up and it'll fit a bigger finger. But you can also tighten it up until your finger turns blue. Or it'll loosen itself up and fall off your finger. Like it's a piece of shit. And that was the point. I said, I got this piece of shit ring for you. And it's uncomfortable, it's either too tight or it loosens, it falls off, and it looks interesting, so when people see it, you have to tell them you spill oil. And can you imagine my pitch? The president, can you just see the faces? And this is like the best, finally I've reached conceptual artist. And I'm making a piece of jewelry. And I said, it's like a wedding band. You don't get this after 5 years of faithful service to the company. You get this, you get married to the problem on day one. Everybody who starts working for you gets this. And I can remember the president just staring at me like, and you could just, the tension in the room, the consultants are all in the room and they're all ready to hide underneath the desk. Like, what kind of fucking monster did you bring into this meeting? He just looks at me and he goes, I hate it. I'll take 10,000. So we had to go off and make 10,000 rings. That's why I needed this. This was my previous, I'm on my third studio. This is my previous studio. This was the super studio. It was a 2,400 square foot space that had everything for light industrial. And I used to have upwards of 3 people working in there full time with me on projects. But it became really, in the end, after I was able to shift from gallery work, I was actually able to carry the whole studio on my own. So I pretty much worked in there by myself, but I had apprentices come in and they helped me on these projects. When you win an Enbridge 10,000 ring project, from a business perspective, you secured enough capital to run the studio for 2.5 years without ever having to worry about a paycheck. So one crappy project, you can relax. So the studio was mighty enough and powerful, and if we did enough big enough projects that I could support that. I tell people I'm kind of in semi-retirement because I captured the core of that studio in a new studio behind my home. So this one's purpose-built for cats and mouse only kind of stuff. We talked about journey. There was a time also in Calgary, my whole career has been in the private sector. I have never applied for a grant. That's the reverent mouse in me. When I was in school, and I am an ass, don't get me wrong. I was told that success meant you would be either a tenured instructor, you'll be in the commercial arts scene with commercial galleries with them taking half of everything you'll ever work for, or you'll receive Canada Council funding or something like grants, or you'll be a tenured instructor, or the 3 galleries, the 3 things that the university instructors, that's the only thing they've had any experience with. And I said, I do not want to measure, my thesis when I graduated was I will not measure my success with those people by how many grants I've received. I will measure it by how much taxes I pay. And I want to have fucking tax problems. Big ones. Really, really, really big problems. That's the mouse speaking, by the way. That's the mouse talking to the cat. But I've done a lot of, but weirdly in the private sector, there are opportunities amongst industry, like corporations and things like that, to do private sector art commissions for them. So I went through a 25-year period where if you want something interesting, call Jeff. I didn't even have to compete. Lovely. And all you have to do is come in with a winning idea once in a while. So these are pieces that I won, like this is a rainbow trout sculpture that lights up at night. And you can't really see it in this photograph, but there's 6 separate pieces. Walk around it. It's more, they're broken apart, but they line up optically and look like a trout from one angle. We sometimes get to do mall art, believe it or not, or airport art. And we get to take that jewelry approach to metalwork at large scale. So these are like giant wind-up tin toys that are 22 feet tall. Keys you wind up and they spin. And they represent, there's images of 6 of the most famous aircraft in the history from Alberta. And this piece was recently decommissioned, but it's gone to the Aviation Museum in Calgary. So now we were about history, now we are history. I'm getting old. We do memorial pieces. This was a memorial to the fire in Fort McMurray that I built. This is the very large Corten steel piece that lights up at night. I thought I'd never do figurative work until somebody gave me a paycheck. So I did a figurative horse in a museum out of barbed wire. I have one of my apprentices is Indigenous. So we've gone off and done a couple of his designs on buildings. So we've put large jewelry pieces on a couple of buildings for him. There's a lot of sculpture. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the next couple of pictures is just some concept pieces I think are kind of interesting. You don't win them all. I've come in second place so many times on these big projects. And my line is the second place means you're in the glorious position of putting in the most amount of work for the least amount of return. So these are concept pieces that we've done some renderings and things for. This is a kind of a Fibonacci sculptural piece for a park. This is an entire light pole systems for a neighborhood. I like to fly fish, so here's a rainbow trout for you. There's this in the same area. They wanted some water features, and I just love this next design. This is one of the sexiest benches. I love this bench, and it's so good at night. So I love to hang out with architects and engineers and designers and contribute in ways, and I've always been given these amazing opportunities to express myself and work with fascinating people and be mentored by brilliant people and find masters to teach me. And I'm living a complete life of gratitude. I am so happy to be here, to be with we are some giants in this room. We're all part of something more important than ourselves. And I keep thinking that if I'm a Buddhist, and I like to call myself a born again and again Buddhist, is it possible that the artisans of the past, maybe that artisan that was working on King Tut's Golden Death Mask was like me? Maybe I was this asshole in the group, commenting and saying these things that nobody wanted to hear. But what if I made that so that someday I would see it and re-trigger myself to want to get back at it? What if, with this magic romantic notion, what if I'm working on a body of work that takes more than one lifetime? That'd make a pretty good movie. I should write that. But as National Geographic did not put me on the cover of their magazine, I decided I would do my own. And I love the idea of notional archaeology, right? The notional meaning out of the mind. Pointless out of the mind even. And I think it would be lovely one day. I would like to do another exhibition. I think it's time. I'd love to fully explore this world, this world of cats and mice as a symbol of cats, those in power, and mice not so much. And I think that's actually a very fitting theme for our day and age. Maybe perhaps my mouse represents something deeper in all of us, that we all wish we could be heroes in our own ways and go out there and slay our own personal dragon someday. And the best thing that things that I ever read on social media is you inspire me. And I hope that I can continue, I'm not gonna cry, but if I can continue to be your friend and inspire you and your contemporary, and that's a good day. Thank you. Did I use up all my time for questions? Because I answered all of them.
I will say, everybody online was echoing whoever said in here, we don't care how long it takes. They want to stay all night. We have many online questions, and I'm guessing they echo some of the ones in the room. Can you talk a little bit about the processes that you use to achieve all the incredible, intricate detail? Is it chased? Is it engraved? Is it etched? All of the above?
These days, I primarily just chase. I make special tooling that, if you take my workshop next week, but anyway, but I really using traditional methods here. But the majority, I used to etch everything. I do not engrave. And we were talking about that, but I actually don't care to learn engraving. I don't think it's going to change or add anything to my work. I haven't got time for that. I think sometimes we have to limit ourselves in terms of how many skills we might want to learn in this lifetime. I'm trying to master this one thing. That's why it's just cats and mice. But for me, it's a development of a way of making special stakes and tools and modeling in clay to get to the same place. We are right on doing the same thing. We are trying to solve something impossible, or it seems impossible, with a lot of tricks. And I like to say we sneak up on it. That's how we get there. But chasing, oh my God, I can chase forever. It's my favorite. And I think it's the most powerful skill that gives this work that detail and that beautiful look.
Vicki?
Did you ever try?
Vicki and I wanted to know.
Yes, what the metals are.
I mean, I'm living on nickel silver for silver and brass and copper. And I used to make mice out of silver. Julie actually has a silver one, but unless you know how to keep them clean and polish, they oxidize and they go all weird. I just want to work with materials that are more stable for people. And the official finish is like a 7447 Scotch-Brite. So people can maintain their work, like keep it looking good. But I find that this brush finish, brass and nickel is quite stable, and I put a finishing wax on the pieces, and I don't want people to have to super maintain their pieces. And they're great materials, and again, like I said, there's no value in destroying them this way, if that makes any sense. And I love steel. There's lots of steel pieces too. Don't get me wrong, steel's my favorite.
Did you ever try your cat armor on an actual cat?
I've never heard that question before. Never. You know, when I get home in the studio, my cats are up, they're like, please, can we try the helmet? Please! Come on! They hate it. I mean, you want to shove, you just take a cat and shove a tin can on its head. It's the same thing, And we did a series of, I used to do Rocket Cats and Rocket Mouse, and we had a set. We had this Rocket Mouse on the launch pad, and the mouse did climb up the ladder and climb into the armor. We got a photograph of it. That's the closest we've ever got. But these days, when I get that question, which I've had it more than once, I just like to say, the armor on the mouse in your imagination looks way better than anything any of us could ever do. That makes it art, I think. But it evokes that question. No artist statement required. I love that question.
And probably the last question, unfortunately. We know that you do some soldering for the adornment pieces, but is all the rest of the work in terms of the fabrication and the assembly cold connected?
I love hearing. I just use hard solder. I'm a no hard solder zone. It's hard. It just sounds hard. I don't want to work hard. I use medium solder on everything. And I've learned a couple tricks or two too, and everything. Otherwise, things are riveted, for sure. But I use lead solder too. Pariah. But you can do that. Believe it or not, there's a difference between structural and ornamentation, right? Structural silver solder, ornamentation. You know what? I just call it super hot epoxy. That you can lead solder something on without getting any oxides. It's never going to come off. Trust me, it is not. And a combination of rivets supported with lead solder is super strong too. So there's ways you can use a rivet temporarily and then add a little solder just to tighten it up a little bit, and wow, that's really strong. But I'm not making I hate jewelry. So I'm not making jewelry. I'm making something between an authentic suit of armor and a sculpture. I don't add little buckles so you can actually put it on your mouse. It's kind of pointless. I'm really working towards making that mouse sit on that stand reliably for 500 years, and leather straps won't cut it. They will fail it quickly or rot or die or something. So I get to take some liberties. I get to cheat. I cheat Yeah, great question.
Okay, I think that's it.
But I was
Thank
just
you so
getting warmed
much,
up.
Jeff. Oh, that was the hook. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everybody. I just want to make one last round of thanks to our speakers, Vicki Ambrey-Smith, Curtis Arima, Alan Revere, Leah Arapach, Jeff DeBoer. I want to thank our sponsors, Art Jewelry Forum, Rio Grande, Potter USA, Halstead, Contenti, Pratt Fine Art Center, and Tiny Shiny Toolworks. I want to say thanks to Kristen Shiga and the AV crew for making the online spectacular. I want to say thanks again to the committee, to the guild, to everybody. And don't forget to submit work to the biennial, which it has been extended to the 11th of October. Don't forget to pick up your books. Don't forget to look under your seats. And don't forget to join us at the after party, St. John's Bar and Eatery, which is on 719 Pike. That is now, right as soon as you get done closing out for the auction, which is closing 5 minutes after you get up out of your seat right now. So do all those things. Join us, keep the conversation going tonight and until we meet next year at the next symposium for the Jewelry Seattle Metals Guild. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kristen.
All right, folks, thank you again so much for joining, especially those of you who are here with us all day. That was fantastic. I hope you are as inspired as I was. You will be receiving a link. I am thankfully not in charge of processing the video, so I'm not sure when it's going to come out, but watch your email boxes because you'll get the link to the recording of all of the presentations that you can watch as many times as you want in whatever order that you want for a whole year. So thank you again so much for joining. And from Seattle, we are mic drop out. See you next time.